Live stream is started. Sergeants, can you start your recordings?
Recording to the PC on the way.
Cloud recording is started. Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. At this time, would council staff please turn on their video. Please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. That is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Thank you for joining our fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget hearing for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, New York City Department of Transportation, and the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. First, I would like to acknowledge my other colleagues who have joined us so far today. We are joined by council members Narcisse, Stevens, Lewis, Palladino, Yeager, and Ariola. Before my opening statement, I want to first turn it over to the committee counsel, Elliot Lynn, to go over some procedural items.
Thank you. I'm Elliot Lynn, counsel to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee of the New York City Council. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you're called on to testify, when you'll be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. Today's hearing will be divided into 3 sections. The first panelist today will be from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, followed by the New York City Department of Transportation and the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. Following the Taxi and Limousine Commission, we will hear from members of the public. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, which includes the time it takes to answer your questions. Please note that for ease of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questions for each panelist. Thank you. I'll now turn it back over to Chair Brooks Powers to give an opening statement.
Thank you. And good morning again. And welcome to the City Council Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's hearing on the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget and fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report. My name is Sylvina Brooks Powers, representing District 31 in Queens. Today, we will be hearing testimony from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, followed by the Department of Transportation and the Taxi and Limousine Commission. Less than 2 weeks ago, this committee held its first hearing on transportation equity. For far too long, transportation policy in the city has underinvested in transportation deserts and neglected the needs of many New Yorkers, namely outer borough neighborhoods and communities of color, as well as our city's older adults and people with disabilities. It is my hope that through this budget process, by championing the transportation needs of communities across all 5 boroughs, we will adopt a city budget that is equitable and fair to all New Yorkers. We will start by hearing testimony from the MTA. Following the MTA, we will hear from the city's Department of Transportation before finally hearing from the Taxi and Limousine Commission. Following the Taxi and Limousine Commission, we will hear testimony from the public beginning at 2:30 p.m. Thank you to those advocates who have joined us today. The MTA calendar year 2022 adopted operating budget is $18.6 billion and includes more than $1 billion in city subsidies. Highlights of the budget include the receipt of more than $6.4 billion in federal COVID-19 stimulus funding from the American Rescue Plan Act and the deferment of a previously planned 4% fare hike. MTA's 2020 to 2024 capital program totals $54.8 billion and remains unchanged from last year. Revenue from congestion pricing was estimated to cover 27% of the plan, but to date, the infrastructure required to start the program is still not in place. The committee anticipates receiving an update on status of this important program and how any delays will offset a capital plan that is intended to support vital system upgrades and improve accessibility. DOT's preliminary expense budget for fiscal 2023 is approximately $1.3 billion. An additional $14.4 billion is budgeted for the department's capital program. We look forward to having Commissioner Rodriguez update the committee on the department's efforts to maintain the city's roadway infrastructure. We also hope to hear how the department plans to invest in and improve rather than simply punish and enforce neighborhoods like mine that are suffering from high rates of traffic fatalities and crashes. Finally, we anticipate hearing from the TLC as they report on how the taxi industry is recovering from the effects of the pandemic. TLC's proposed fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $55.3 million. The committee hopes to hear from the commission on the work it is conducting to protect drivers and support an industry that saw a 66% decline in the number of drivers on the streets during December 2020 when compared to 2019 before the pandemic. We also look forward to receiving an update on the $115 million medallion relief program, which will provide medallion owners with $20,000 grants to help set lower monthly payments and provide debt relief to drivers in need. Before we hear from the MTA, let me take a moment to recognize my colleagues who have joined us this morning. Just checking to see if there's any additional members that may have joined. I see we've been joined by Council Members Lee and Carr. I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the MTA. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call on the MTA panelists to testify. Deputy Chief Financial Officer Jai Patel, New York City Transit Senior Vice President of Subways Demetrius Critchlow, Deputy Chief for Budget and Management Mark Young, and Director of Capital Program Management Steve Brang. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. I will call on each of you individually to confirm your response aloud for the record. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Chief Patel?
I do.
Senior Vice President Critchlow?
I do.
Deputy Chief Young?
I do.
And Director Brang?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning, and thank you all for having us here today, especially Chair Brooks Powers, to give an update on the MTA's financial standing. I'm Jai Patel, MTA Deputy Chief Financial Officer. On the MTA's, and I'm joined by New York City Transit Senior Vice President of Subways, Demetrius Critchlow, who can answer your subway service and resiliency questions. Deputy Chief for Management and Budget, Mark Young, who can speak to our finances, and the Director of Capital Program Management, Steve Brang, our capital program expert. Since this is a new council, I want to start off with a short recap of the last 2 years at the MTA. At the peak of the pandemic, ridership fell by 95% on subways and almost 80% on buses. This precipitous decline wreaked havoc on our budget, half of which is funded by fares and tolls. We had to rely on one-shots of federal aid to keep the lights on while continuing to run robust service for the essential workers who still had to get to their critical jobs. 2 years later, the MTA is in a much better position. The Omicron wave is receding and the city is moving into the next phase of recovery. The crew shortages we faced over the winter are behind us, and ridership is finally starting to bounce back after dropping significantly in December and January. The subways are regularly carrying more than 3 million riders a day, and buses are serving around 1.4 million a day. Paratransit has rebounded strongest of all, recovering 80% of its pre-COVID baseline, which is roughly 24,000 daily users. This is great news for both New Yorkers, broader economic revival, and the MTA's financial stability. As I said, our budget is heavily reliant on fare box and toll revenue, making it all the more important that New Yorkers come back to transit. Dedicated taxes and government subsidies are also make up a significant portion of the budget. And thankfully, we've received generous aid from our leaders in Congress, led by the New York delegation, to offset the revenue hit from COVID. More help for the MTA and its riders is coming from Governor Hochul's proposed executive budget. Updated revenue forecasts increase the state's contribution to the operating budget by $337 million in 2022 alone. This financial lifeline allows us to cancel the planned fare increase for 2022 that was included in the MTA's November financial plan. The agency has also received an additional $769 million in discretionary grant funding from the FTA, plus an additional $13 million awarded just last week for upgrades to the Michael J. Quill bus depot. This grant funding will help us further offset losses and allow us to avoid using deficit financing to balance our budget in the next several years. But I want to make clear, this money is just a bridge. We are still facing a very real and substantial structural deficit in the out years, over $2 billion in 2026. The financial plan is out of balance, even with state funding and federal support, because expense growth has far outpaced revenue growth, leaving us on the precipice of a fiscal cliff. We need to work with our city and state partners to come up with new recurring sources of revenue before it's too late. The MTA can't cut its way out of this financial crisis, though we are determined to come up with new cost savings and efficiencies. Our highest priority right now is to keep riders coming back. To do this, we're focused on 4 key points: affordability, accessibility, safety, and service. First, on affordability. In addition to freezing fares for this year, we also launched new discounts to help make transit cheaper. They include our first ever fare capping pilot for subway and bus customers paying with Omni. And for railroad travel within New York City, we've expanded the $5 flat fare city tickets to all off-peak trains throughout the week. Monthly ticket holders are also receiving a further discount, and there's a new 20 trip option as well that offers 20% discount on peak train trips. But there's more that can be done, which is where we need the council's support. Speaker Adams has been a great champion of the city's Fair Fares program, which provides discounted Metro cards to low-income New Yorkers. We'd like to see it fully funded, beyond the funding that's already been restored and aggressively advertised. Right now, the program is seriously underutilized. Just a fraction of the roughly 800,000 people eligible for it have enrolled, and of that number, less than half actively use these benefits. The city should expand eligibility by raising the income ceiling to qualify, and then promote the program as it does other public assistance programs like SNAP. Now on to our second point, accessibility. The MTA is dedicated to creating a system that all New Yorkers can use and enjoy, especially seniors and people with disabilities. In December, MTA Construction and Development unveiled plans for historic upgrades at 26 stations, part of an unprecedented $5 billion investment in accessibility in the 2020 to 2024 capital program. 66 stations total will see improvements, plus another 4 that were carried over from the previous plan. This important work has carried on throughout the pandemic. We managed to complete ADA upgrades at 14 stations in the last 2 years, and there are another 13 new accessible stations currently in construction. 4 of those will be finished this year, and the rest forecasted for completion in 2023. And now that the pause on new awards has been lifted, the MTA expects to have committed funding for 1/3 of the current program's planned ADA stations by the end of this year. The bus network. which is already fully accessible, has different needs. Many routes are based on an old trolley line that doesn't reflect today's travel patterns. We're taking a fresh look at the system now through our borough by borough bus network redesigns, with the goal of meeting customer priorities: reliable service, faster travel, better connections, and ease of use. We've had great success already on Staten Island Express buses. Next up are Bronx local routes. The new service plan will take effect on June 26th. And as previously mentioned, a new draft plan for Queens will be released later this month. The MTA is also working with City Hall to deliver on Mayor Adams' promised 150 miles of new bus lanes and busways, and to expand the use of automated cameras to keep these corridors clear of private cars and delivery trucks. By also implementing transit signal priority, we can reduce the time buses spend sitting at red lights as well. These upgrades are important because buses are true engines of equity. Their reach is wider than subways, with the network serving a greater share of seniors, people with disabilities, and residents of low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. A stronger bus network is better for the environment. Already, MTA services remove 17 million tons of carbon emissions from the air every year by keeping people out of their cars. We expect that number to increase once congestion pricing is implemented and the MTA transitions to an all zero emissions bus fleet. That process is underway and set to be completed by 2040, thanks to a major boost from the capital program, which includes $1.1 billion in funding to buy another 500 electric vehicles, along with required charging at 8 of our depots. These investments will help us set us up for success, so the MTA can continue to provide clean, green, and affordable services for decades to come. We look forward to working with the council on these initiatives, as well as strategies to win back riders and restore the MTA's financial stability. We're now happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to questions from Chair Brooks Powers. Panelists from the MTA, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. And before I get into my questions, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge my colleague, Councilmember Rivera, as well as, I'm just seeing if there's any other members that just joined. Okay, I think I captured everyone. I will say to the MTA in effort to be consistent, in my initial hearing, I shared the need to receive testimony prior to us having hearings so that they could be productive conversations. We received testimony from the MTA today at 9:50 a.m. for a 10 a.m. start. And I think that's really unacceptable and quite honestly a bit disrespectful to colleagues in the council who are trying to work with you to make sure we have productive conversations, considering we don't often get the opportunity to have hearings with the MTA particularly. With that being said, I want to start with the bus redesign. And I want to ask, can you please provide the committee with an update of the bus redesign program, and specifically when has or will the design of each borough be completed?
Sure. So as I said in my testimony, our Staten Island Express bus redesign was implemented a few years ago. On the Bronx, our MTA board unanimously approved the Bronx local bus redesign back in December of 21. Implementation has begun, and the new network will launch on June 26th of this year. And also I stated the Queens bus redesign will begin later this month as well.
Okay, thank you. How is MTA reaching out to council members, communities, or other stakeholders regarding the bus redesign plan?
Sure, I can answer that question for you. So since starting the redesigns, the NYCT's Office of Government and Community Relations has undertaken sustained outreach to all our partners in elected office, community boards, other stakeholders for each respective borough. We have provided public briefings as well as public engagements such as workshops, open houses, on-street and in-station direct outreach to our customers. We continue to provide opportunities to connect with and offer feedback at each phase of the process in each borough. Also, the redesign team works across many channels within the MTA to promote our initiative across transit, utilizing new technologies such as our digital screens, social media, as well as announcements, posters, and brochures.
Thank you. And what kind of, just another outreach question, what kind of community outreach work is MTA undergoing for I'm gonna skip that one. I want to jump really quickly into congestion pricing actually. So the congestion pricing revenue was estimated to cover 27% of the 2020-2024 capital plan, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, which was adopted prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the infrastructure required to start congestion pricing is not yet in place, as federal guidance on the EIS review is still pending. What is the current timeline for the implementation of congestion pricing?
Good morning. We anticipate that we will obtain FHWA federal approval for our environmental review, environmental assessment for congestion pricing by the end of this year. And approximately 1 year after that, 310 days to be exact, construction will be complete, and we anticipate funding to start to flow to the MTA. It will take about 1 year of funding, a proven funding stream, in order for us to sell bonds that will then support the 2024 capital program.
Thank you for that. As the largest single funding source for the 2020 to 2024 capital program, how does the MTA plan to work with the city's Department of Transportation to ensure there is a successful rollout of the congestion program?
So the MTA has a MOU with New York City DOT, and we work closely with DOT, New York City DOT and New York State DOT to implement the program. We anticipate continuing to do so, and we look forward to a successful launch of the congestion pricing program towards the end of 2023.
Can you please update the committee on the status of the Federal Highway Administration's approval? The city's Vision Zero goal is to bring traffic fatalities on city streets to zero. Is the MTA working with the Department of Transportation to incorporate complete street treatments for the congestion pricing entry points to ensure our streets are designed to enable safe use and support mobility for all New Yorkers? Do I need to repeat? Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, it's taking a little to unmute. So there's a delay on our end when we make
Oh,
it
okay.
mute and then unmute. Sorry.
No problem.
So we continually work with City DOT and the MTA when it relates to matters of congestion pricing as well as bus networks. So we have monthly meetings with the city to discuss issues and priorities, both on their end as well as our end.
Okay. Will the city or the state bear the cost of congestion pricing tolling infrastructure?
The cost of the infrastructure will be borne by the program itself.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
It's in the capital program, but we can get back to you on that further.
Okay. Pivoting over to accessibility, I had recently launched my first 100 days as chair of transportation and infrastructure, visiting districts across the city with my colleagues in the council, and found that there's such a great need for more investments in terms of the accessibility of our public transportation system. The proposed capital plan includes $5.2 billion for the new elevators, ramps at up to 66 stations, which average $78.8 million per station. What is the plan for the MTA to successfully contain the rising cost of its elevator projects?
Sure.
The MTA, sorry, the MTA is working diligently to lower the cost of its capital program. We have introduced a number of innovations, including the introduction of design build as a delivery tool. We also have introduced bundling, where we're putting together a series of projects together to lower the cost and to make the delivery more efficient. We have introduced a cooperative venture with New York City. We're working with New York City on adding zoning changes that will require developers to add accessibility to nearby stations. And we are introducing private partnerships where we are doing design, build, operate, maintain the delivery of capital programs. And we have introduced a administrative management improvement where we have project executives that are responsible, single points of contact, spots for managing multiple ADA projects. And so through this and changing our contracting procedures and changing some of the terms and conditions of our contracts, we are in speeding up delivery, and we are lowering costs and working cooperatively with our third-party vendors.
Which best practices is the MTA evaluating or implementing based on conversations and research with other cities about elevator design, procurement, and construction? Are you considering feedback from private sector stakeholders and the professional services and contracting communities as well?
The practices that we are using are consistent with what other transit authorities around the country and indeed around the world are utilizing in terms of method of delivery, the technology that we're using, and to improve the efficiency and delivery of our accessibility program. That said, we recently have introduced and are using machine room-free elevators, which takes less space and is more efficient to operate. And so we are doing more and working closely and following national standards for delivering accessibility to our system.
How many remaining MTA subway stations are in need of elevators?
So at the end of the 2024 capital program, we will have 210 accessible stations, and there will be 283 that will not be yet accessible.
And in terms of the stations that will have accessibility versus which ones won't, what is the breakdown in terms of the boroughs? So like how many elevators exist in each borough, and how are you determining like how you prioritize implementing or putting a particular station on the list?
So we can get back to you a list of all the stations that are currently accessible and all the stations that will be accessible at the end of this capital program. We have a 20-year needs process that goes through a comparative evaluation of all projects in the system. And for stations, it looks at a variety of things. It looks at the ridership at the station. It looks at the demographics in the station. It looks at other transit alternatives in the area. We look at a variety of equity issues, and we look at how many lines go through the stations. We look at nearby stations, as I said, and transit alternatives. So we are aware that we operate a bus system, a subway system, and 2 commuter rail systems, and so they all are taken into the picture in terms of determining what stations are prioritized for accessibility. Our 20-year needs is anticipated or required to be published in the fall of 2023, and that's when that list would become more readily apparent to the outside community.
Steve, when you provide that information, can you also break down the demographics surrounding, like I really love to see a comprehensive analysis in terms of the racial composition of those communities, the household income of those communities as well?
Sure.
And then does the capital plan include any funding for accessibility upgrades at the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Station? If so, how much?
Well, right now we have anticipate to advertise and award this year 3 new Long Island Railroad stations in Queens, Laurelton, Locust Manor, and St. Albans. There are 4 others.
Can you say that again? You said which ones in Queens?
Sorry, I have a slight voice problem today. We anticipate advertising and awarding this year 3 Long Island Railroad stations in Queens for ADA, Laurelton, Locust Manor, and St. Albans. And
that's a part of the 2020 to 2024 plan?
Correct. It's part of this, and at the end of this and then the completion of that project, 116 out of Long Island Railroad's 125 stations will be fully accessible. And for Metro North, we have 2 stations in the Bronx that are being worked on, Woodlawn and Williamsbridge, and also some repairs to the Botanical Gardens as well. And at the end of this program, 60 of Metro North 75 stations will be fully wheelchair accessible.
Okay, and then in terms of fair fares, we all know fair fares NYC helps low-income New Yorkers save 50% on public transportation, including subway fares, eligible bus fares, and excessive ride paratransit trips. Wanting to get a little bit into the subsidized fares, has the MTA explored expanding the eligibility criteria for the fair fares program?
So the Fair Fares program is a city-funded and city-run program. MTA just helps with the ease of issuing Metro cards to the program with HRA.
Okay.
And we've asked the city to consider a different income level. Our chair has asked, and pushing for double enrollment of the program. And as I, said earlier in my testimony, we know that roughly 240,000 customers have fair fare cards in their hands, and only roughly half of them actually utilize our system in any given month with that fair fares card. So we'd like to see the city actually expand the eligibility as well as advertise the program much more heavily.
So City Tickets is a reduced fare program on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North that costs $5 and are good for one-way travel that begins and ends within New York City. It is currently only available for traveling during off-peak hours. The Atlantic ticket allows travel on Long Island Railroad stations to 10 eligible stations for $5. Has the MTA considered expanding the City Ticket or Atlantic ticket programs? Because doing so would help equitable transportation to transportation deserts.
Good morning. Yes, I can take that question. And thank you for that question. First, I do want to say that the MTA was, very pleased to introduce Atlantic Ticket several years ago. It's been very popular with customers. And the City Ticket, which had been in place, as you know, for many years on weekends only, we were pleased as part of the recent promotions launched in late February to expand the ability to use the City Ticket to weekday off-peak, which we think is a great benefit, great benefit to city customers. So we're studying the results of those promotions, and they'll be in effect through at least middle of the year. And then as part of the feedback we get from that, customer surveys, the data, we'll be considering even future fare policy changes and tweaks to all of our fare policy, plus City Ticket and Atlantic Ticket, either as part of the review of these promotions or as part of our regular biennial fare policy review that the board undertakes. So I guess that's a long way to say yes, we're always looking at new options to attract customers to our system.
And are you looking to include the Far Rockaway station at all?
So this is a topic, we're very familiar with at the MTA. I think, as well as particularly the representatives from Far Rockaway, the unique situation that Far Rockaway presents. It's literally the only railroad station in the entire network. While it's in the city, travel to and from it require going through Nassau County. And there are several intermediate stations in Nassau County on that branch. The basis for railroad fare structure is distance-based. So the fundamental concept is the shorter you travel, the cheaper you price, the longer the travel, the longer the price. So the oddity for Far Rockaway is that if we offered the City Ticket at $5, that longer travel would actually essentially be cheaper than the $9.25 that the typical off-peak customer in those intermediate Nassau County stations pays. So that is, it's an issue. That having been said, the chair of the MTA, has directed us to really take a deep, hard look at this issue. We know it's important to Far Rockaway residents, and think of, different creative ways that we can address this situation. So like I said before, revisiting Far Rockaway status as far as City Ticket is another one of these items we're studying as part of the promotions, as well as potentially the next round, biennial round of fare policy changes.
I will just say before I move on from this topic that it is critically important to make sure that we are reaching the deep corners of our 5 boroughs to make sure that they have equitable access to transportation and affordable transportation. Far Rockaway is a part of New York City. It is a part of the great borough of Queens. And the people in Far Rockaway deserve to have that option as well. Most parts of Far Rockaway have some of the lowest household incomes. Many of the people in Far Rockaway work in Manhattan, whether they're essential workers or civil servants. And they have to take a train ride into the city that takes so long and takes away time that they could be really spending with family, getting a few extra moments of sleep to have a real balance of quality life. And because they live in Far Rockaway, they should not be penalized by not having that option. And so when we look at equity and when we look at serving the neighborhoods that we are intended to, Far Rockaway is one of them, and they should be included in these projects as well. And so I just want to emphasize the need to find a way to include Far Rockaway into this program.
Okay, and if I could add just one thing, appreciate your comments. Just to also point out, next year is going to be a big year for customers at Far Rockaway, Queens, Southeastern Queens, and the rest of the system on Long Island, because we're going to be introducing East Side Access, which is, a big game changer for the community. And for particularly individuals who, need to get to Midtown, which has always been from a service perspective, a challenge, and if we're limited to Penn. So, I think that's another, while it's not a fair policy item, it's just another item to note that I think will be a big benefit to the customer.
No, I know it's going to definitely be a game changer. As someone who went to high school in Manhattan and used to travel from St. Albans and Southeast Queens, to take a bus and 3 trains, anytime we can be able to tap into transit options like the railroad to cut into that time is so important. And I know that firsthand. I'm going to just move on really quickly so I can give opportunity for my colleagues to ask questions and touch on MWBE contracts. So I just have a few questions in this space. So what is the FTA's contract budget for MWBE contracts? Excuse me, what is the MTA's contract budget just in general?
We don't necessarily have a contract for MWBE, but we do have a commitment to MWBE in our capital program, and I'm proud to say that we measure it by the amount of money that we commit to MWBE contracts, and that was over $1 billion last year, and we had a 31% MWBE commitment rate, which is the highest of any New York State agency or authority. And so we're proud of our commitment to the MWBE program, and we look forward to continuing it.
That's $1 billion out of how much?
Of our contracting budget, well, we have a $54 billion 2024 capital program, but that is per year. I mean, that's $1 billion out of what we committed last year, and I think last year we committed $7.8 billion in the capital program. So
you said 7.8 billion was what was for the contract budget, and of the 7.8 billion.
Well, that's what we committed out of the capital program. Some of that is in-house work. So our track work for New York City Transit and Long Island Railroad is done with in-house forces. We also support a number of flagging and safety personnel and inspection activities and project management activities. So I don't have the exact third-party contracting commitments that we made in 2021, but we can get that to you.
Please do, because I'm interested in understanding how much of that went to MWBEs. And in the same vein, when you talk about some of it ended up being in-house, does the commitment still go against the full committed amount, or is it just what's left considering some of the work is being done in-house? So like if $3 billion was being done in-house, now you have 4.8 billion. Is it now, the commitment for MWBEs off that 4.8 billion, or is it still off the full pot of 7.8 billion that the goal is for?
Well, we committed 31% our MWBE participation rate in contracts that are covered by the program. So 31% of that, or approximately over $1 billion, was committed to MWBE contractors. And so I'm not sure I really understand your question. I apologize, but we, nearly 1/3 of our commitment program, or our third-party commitments that are eligible to be covered by MWBE are made to MWBE.
And that's fair. Just to clarify what I was trying to ask, because you said that the MTA has been doing in-house jobs, that's limiting the opportunity in terms of third-party contracts. So I'm trying to understand what that impact is to MWBE. So if a certain portion of that 7.8 $7.8 billion is being done in-house, that 31% goal, is it still against the $7.8 billion? Or is it against whatever's left and that's not going to be in-house?
Well, it's only against third-party contracts that we let. In-house work is let through to in-house forces, primarily because they have the technical expertise or the safety understanding. So we have management and project support and safety and flagging issues. And so all of those are done by MTA supported forces. And so the 31% is against a portion of our capital program that we commit every year to third-party vendors.
And how many contracts are awarded in-house and how many are for outside vendors and subcontractors?
How many are awarded in-house? I'll have to get back the number of projects that are in-house awarded. I can get that to you.
Okay. Is there, and also just in the vein of the in-house jobs, has MTA considered doing more in-house jobs? Is there a shift now with MTA to want to do more in-house work?
Yeah, there's a lot of in-house work that's being done, as I said, through the TRACK program, and particularly for Long Island Railroad, through TRACK power efforts. And we work closely with our in-house forces to use them where appropriate and where necessary. And so, yes, we are doing our best to where it's appropriate, safety-wise, expertise-wise, and understanding of the system-wise. We use our in-house forces to deliver projects.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just pause and yield my time to my colleagues so they can get some questions as well. And I'll come back with some additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll now call on council members in the order that they have used the Zoom raise hand function. If you would like to ask a question and you have not yet used the raise hand function, please raise it now. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. The Sergeant at Arms will keep a timer and I will let you know when your time is up. You should begin once I have called on you and the Sergeant has announced that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First, we'll hear from Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Ariola. Councilmember Narcisse.
Starting time.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chair Silver Brooks Power. Always wonderful work, and all the team of the central office. Thank you, and all my colleagues and all the committee from the MTA that come out. We know that a lot of part of New York City is transportation desert. Especially my 46th district, which I represent, is the epitome of the transportation desert. We have no subway station in the district at all. I know I have raised the question before, but what can we expect from DOT and MTA to address the urgent need of my constituents and so many others who are in need of transportation alternatives? Thank you.
So as mentioned earlier, the MTA is legislatively required to provide a 20-year needs assessment, which is a long-term look at the transportation needs of its service district. And that development of that is underway now. We are doing assessment of the condition of our existing infrastructure, as well as doing a comparative evaluation of projects in the needs in the system, looking at the various things in terms of equity, accessibility, access, transit deserts, socio demographics, et cetera. And that comparative evaluation is anticipated to be completed next year, and we anticipate having a 20-year needs published in the fall of 2023. And we hope that we will be able to meet some of the needs in your district through that process.
I appreciate that. And I know my chair is doing a wonderful job. So many questions that I wanted to ask. already covered. So I'm looking forward to make sure that we have the equity that we've been talking about for all the transportation, every side of New York, especially high-risk neighborhood where like my district, some part depends solely in public transportation. To get to a community health center or to get to a hospital nearby, we don't have no direct transportation. If we have to go from end of Seaview Village area to go to Brookdale, you need about 3 or 4 buses to get there, which is ridiculous. So we can do better. So I thank you for your time and looking forward for the equity that we've been talking about. Thank you so much. And don't forget the ferry. As a matter of fact, the ferry is very important. If you can push for that, that would make it work for us. No, the ferry will be a superb things for Canarsie area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Ariola, who will be followed by Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and ask my questions. Thank you to your committee who put together a comprehensive meeting. You mentioned the outreach. The chair actually mentioned the outreach for different for the bus design throughout, the borough of Queens and the city of New York. I represent the 32nd Council District, where 2 buses, the Q11 and the Q53, are Q53 is kind of on the chopping block. Last time we looked, in the Q11, it was their ridership was decreased. It now only goes from a portion of Howard Beach to Rockaway Boulevard as per the new plan, rather than a portion of Howard Beach all the way to Queens Boulevard, which was utilized by many of the people who lived in that area. The other is the Q53, which comes all the way from up in Elmhurst through to the Rockaway Peninsula, is utilized by students going to school throughout the borough. It traverses the entire corridor from Queens Boulevard, Woodhaven Boulevard, Crosby Boulevard, and onto the peninsula, as well as people who are going to work. And yet that bus was earmarked to be removed. So we had many meetings. I went to many focus groups. We asked for the 53 to remain, and for the Q11 not to be reduced, but to be expanded, where that it entered both portions of Howard Beach and then continued on to Queens Boulevard on its regular route. So where are we right now on those 2 buses?
So as we said earlier, we have a new draft plan that's set to release shortly for the public input. We look forward to hearing from our customers on these draft plans for the Queens redesign, and we'll continue to get feedback from community, our stakeholders, and make sure we incorporate those things into the Queens redesign plan. What we've heard.
Those are very important to us. Additionally, the J train, the chair brought up elevators at train stations. The J train and the Jamaica Avenue station was slated to get an elevator and mistakenly had been overlooked in last budget when you were doing elevated train stations. We were then told that this particular round we would get an elevator at that station. Is that still the plan?
Well, I'm sorry, what station is that?
Woodhaven Boulevard at Jamaica Avenue.
We expect it to be
in the plan.
Yeah, it's in design, and we expect it to be awarded this year.
Wonderful. Okay, the last thing is, what kind of budget do you have for maintaining your properties?
Hi, just let me make sure I understand the question. Are you referring to maintenance?
Maintenance, yes.
Of real estate, our own properties?
Yes.
I'd have to get back to you on that question. I apologize.
Okay, because I know from my own district and in listening to my colleagues across the city, they're derelict properties, and oftentimes sanitation and DOT have to pick up the slack for cleaning MTA properties when there's dumping, when we're dealing with with different things that happen on your properties. So I'd like to really know what your budget is and how we can be helpful to make sure that you're able to clean properties that are left in terrible condition, both with refuse and pigeon feces and, falling apart at some points in the stations and platforms. So that's something that I'm very interested in. Our district is plagued with that, and it's one of the top complaints we get for the MTA is the condition of your properties throughout our district.
Council
thank
member, do
you.
you have any specific properties that you'd like us to look at?
Yes, the property along the A train in Hamilton Beach, the properties along the Rockaway Freeway on the Rockaway Peninsula. The chair and I share that line, as well as different areas where you just have properties along by Aqueduct, by the new hotel, and it spans throughout the entire district.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
and
look
just
forward
for
to
my
your response.
clarification, you're referring to not so much the track maintenance and the maintenance of our signal systems. You're referring to sort of the adjacent properties and properties along our right of way?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Not track
Okay.
maintenance, not light maintenance. It is the dumping
Mhm.
and the regular cleanup and maintenance of your properties.
Right. Thank you.
Aesthetic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Lewis, who will be followed by Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Lewis.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and representatives from the MTA for joining us today. I also have derelict MTA property in my district, so I'd love to talk to you offline about that because I go out there and clean it myself for my constituents. So we would appreciate the support. Deputy Chief Patel, thank you for the updates to the MTA redesign project you shared earlier. And I wanted to know, as MTA rolls out the plans for this month and for the month of June, as you shared, how is the MTA communicating this information and engaging bus riders from impacted communities, particularly bus-dependent parts of each of our boroughs, especially those that fall in the digital divide, like our seniors?
Sure. So we use various channels, right, to communicate with our customers. We use our digital screens in our subway stations. We use our social media accounts. We're using our digital screens on our buses as well to communicate. But we also have different open houses and different messaging that goes out to the communities as we redesign. And we've had a robust outreach within the communities as we redesign, as we saw in Staten Island, as we've experienced in Bronx, and as we will experience in Queens as we roll out the new draft plan.
And how are seniors involved in that, especially because they don't come out? Some of them don't have access to Wi-Fi, internet, and electronic devices. I wanted to know if there was some type of campaign or some type of outreach plan so that they're aware, because I know seniors are not really aware of the redesign. So it may be something that you may want to think about or partner on with our offices. My second question is in regards to the governor's Tri-Borough Rail project that will connect Brooklyn and Queens. And as that moves forward, I wanted to know what the plans were, because this project runs through the heart of my district. And there are quite a few questions that constituents need answered. Like, for instance, will the project be a light rail line or Aiken more to LIRR or Metro North, or will it be a subway line? And if it's a subway line, will it have free transfers, like at the Avenue H station or the 2-5 train? And if not, will it be more in comparison to a LIRR or a Metro North? And then what does that look like for the community? Will they be involved in the process? How active will they be able to participate in the conversation, or will our offices be able to participate in that conversation?
Sure. Before I turn it over to my colleague Steve on your second question, I wanted to make sure for our bus customers, we also put up paper signs in our buses. We have signs at bus stops as well for our customers that don't have access to Wi-Fi. You know, we're really focused on improving our bus system, making them faster, accessible. And, you know, we also focus on our cars not blocking our bus lanes as well to make our trips faster. Sort of that was the first, I wanted to end the first question. So I'll turn it over to Steve for your second question.
Thank you for your question on the Interborough Express. I mean, we're very excited about this project, and we're just, I mean, your questions are really spot on, but we're in the very beginning stages of the environmental assessment, and we're going to be looking at a lot of those questions, and we will be inviting participation from residents of the communities that will be impacted, potential riders, various stakeholders, including members of the City Council and our colleagues at New York City DOT. So those are all very good questions. We don't have the answers. We're just in the beginning stages, and we look forward to working with you and other stakeholders as we progress the project.
Well, thank you for that. I know NYU Wagner did a project, and the findings showed us that there would be homes that would be impacted by this project. So it would be good for us to participate in the infancy stage of these conversations. But I do look forward to working with all of you on that. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much, Chair Brooke Powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Williams, and Councilmember Williams will be followed by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Williams.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you so much. The question that I have is the MTA has said the bus network redesigns will roll out in Queens this spring with the Brooklyn redesign to follow. What is your current timetable for rolling out these projects? And in your rollout plans, how are you making sure to engage and represent a set of bus riders from impacted communities, particularly bus dependent parts of each borough, like my district as well?
Great question. We are in the process right today as we speak of rolling out our bus redesign network, right? It's set to launch June 26th. And as we did with Bronx, we'll do with Queens. We'll do massive amount of outreach in our communities to our stakeholders. We'll solicit feedback both virtually and hopefully in person from our communities, as well as our elected officials, like we do with each redesign or any new project that we usually launch at the MTA.
Thank you for that. The other question I have is, the MTA has committed to conducting an all-door boarding pilot in 2022 with the objective of rolling it out citywide in 2023. With Omni infrastructure already in place at front and rear doors, this would be a relatively easy way to roll out a system-wide improvement that would save riders time stalled at bus stops. Since last August's announcement, plans seem to have gotten stalled for concerns about fare evasion, and we have not yet seen any timetable for rollout. Can you share your plans for bringing all-door boarding to riders in 2022?
I know our bus team is looking at the routes that we would pilot for all-door boarding, and you know, that is sort of where I know, and we're making sure that we look at all aspects. We're inclusive of our pilot, but we're also looking at the management aspects of managing, right, the all-door boarding on our bus system.
Okay, the next question I have, and sorry that I'm going on and off mute. I'm going to make sure I'm asking the question correctly. One concern DOT planners have consistently raised is that bus timetables aren't always adjusted to take advantage of priority projects like bus lanes and busways. How long should it take for MTA planners to acknowledge that DOT has sped up bus traffic enough to alter schedules so that riders can receive full advantage of bus lanes and busways?
I think that's a question, council member, that I'll have to get back to you on. I don't have the specifics with me.
Okay, thank you so much. I look forward to working with the MTA on the Queens bus redesign. I know that my office is here to support and make sure we are fully engaging the community, and I will yield and turn back the rest of my time. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Lee, who will be followed by Councilmember Rivera. Councilmember Lee.
Starting time.
Hi. Thank you so much, Chair, for holding this hearing and for all the folks that are on the call today to help us answer our questions. Just wanted to reiterate, my district also is a transit desert. We don't have any railways, so no Long Island Railroad, no subways, and so we rely heavily on the buses. And so I look forward to seeing what the bus redesign looks like and to have that input as well. I was wondering if you could just speak more a little bit to the bus fees and how you're planning on improving that through the bus network redesign as well as the Better Bus program. And the reason why I asked that is because my district is a very, and also how to increase ridership. And the reason why I bring that up is because there's a lot of elderly that live in my area. And I just want to make sure that there's a balance because, you know, one way to improve bus fees perhaps would be to cut stops. But I know that especially in areas like mine, you know, with a lot of seniors and folks with disabilities, I just want to make sure that they will still have as much access in terms of the number of stops that are available. So I was just wondering how you were planning on addressing that.
So our operations planning team looks at this constantly. We have a whole planners group that looks at our bus network as a whole, as well as borough by borough. They are on a quarterly basis looking at data to analyze for you know, bus speeds, bus stops, and as you know, as part of the redesign networks, we look at bus stops and the spacing that we utilize. So our professional operation planners look at this on a, you know, almost daily basis and ongoing adjustments that they do to schedules every spring, fall picks.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other question I had was actually related to TLC, but is that happening? Is that okay to answer now? I'm not sure if anyone is on.
I'm sorry, what was the last part your question was related to?
The TLC, Tax and Limousine Commission.
They would be, I think they're following DOT.
Following, okay. Okay, so I'll ask that later. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, TLC will be on, as I mentioned, later this afternoon. Thank you for your questions. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Rivera, who will be followed by Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Rivera.
Starting time.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and all of the committee council and my colleagues, and of course the MTA for being here. So question on subway barriers. After years of pushback from the MTA to install the subway platform barriers that are used really around the world to prevent access to tracks, it was announced, I believe in February, late February, that we would be implementing them at roughly 3 stations wide. I know that public safety has clearly brought us to this point, unfortunately, but I know that previous reasons for hesitation included technology upgrades to our very, very old and aging system and what was cited as special complexities. So how are we now approaching this implementation? What are the costs? And I read somewhere 100 million, and specifically for the 3rd Avenue L train station in my district, what is the timeline?
So maybe I'll jump in a little bit and then Steve can follow up with the cost question. So you're correct. There was initially I wouldn't say a delay, but the MTA did an extensive research on this. This includes a 4,000-page report on the feasibility of platform screen doors and all of 472 stations. So we did look at all of the stations, and frankly, many of that, and that's available online as well. But the reality was it was not available for many of them, and I don't want to minimize the complications with it. You have platform width, which is a huge challenge, the distance of obstructions from the platform, ADA requirements, room availability for placement of door control equipment, whether or not the platform edges can support the door equipment, multiple car classes of trains, the gap between the platform edges and the train structural integrity, airflow within the train system. So this was, when I say extensive work went into looking into the use of platform screen doors. I do not minimize it. The 3 locations, ultimately it ended up dropping down to 3 locations as a pilot. We do recognize that there at this point are 41 stations that at this point are that can receive platform screen doors, but we're starting with the pilot of the 3 that you mentioned. So we have Times Square on the 7, 3rd Avenue on the L, and Sutphin Arch on the E. But I'll turn it over to Steve to talk a little bit more on the time of the Capitol.
I would just first like to address the fact that platform screen doors are used around the world. It's mostly used in systems where they have new construction. And so, New York City subway is over 100 years old and was never built with the intention of platform screen doors. So that causes a number of obstacles with which Demetrius has already outlined. So the 3 stations, we don't have a real solid cost yet. We're in the beginning stages of doing some feasibility studies and some early scoping and design. And we anticipate at the end of that process that we will be able to give a better number and do add the project to our budget. But right now we don't have a solid cost estimate, but we are committed to proceeding forward with those 3 stations that Demetrius outlined.
So with 41 stations roughly who are eligible after analyzing 472 stations, you're not quite sure how much it'll cost. I did read 100 million somewhere. And in terms of the timeline, I also read that maybe 2024, 2025. Do you have an idea on specifics of a timeline for implementing the pilot program?
We'll have a better idea after we finish our preliminary design. That will inform both the cost as well as the timeline and the approach that will follow to implement the pilot. Right now, I don't want to mislead you and say that it'll be done in a specific timetable, but we are committed to doing it as quickly and efficiently as possible.
I look forward to the update. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I believe we will hear from Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Ressler, do you still have a question?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And let me thank our distinguished chair and my friend, who we celebrated her great inauguration this weekend. And I've managed to convince her to come to the 33rd twice already. People are going to start talking. So I really appreciate your leadership and your advocacy on behalf of my constituents. Thank the MTA for joining us today. I start with a parochial question. We have a profoundly dangerous train station at York Street where there is only one entrance or exit. It is one of the deepest train stations in the city. We have been asking and asking and asking, and the MTA has promised us studies on the viability of and the feasibility of a second entrance. We still haven't gotten any concrete information or costs. Is that something that you can provide to us today, or a firm timeline for when there can be real, tangible information we can share with the community?
Councilmember Ressler, I can tell you that a master plan is, which is the very, very beginning stages of a capital project, looks at alternatives and possibilities, is either underway or about to start shortly. I don't have a timetable for when that will be finished, but I can get.
The leadership of the MTA has promised us a feasibility study from going back for a year ago now. So last year. And we still don't have any information. So if you can hear the frustration in my voice, it's because my community is in a dangerous position every day, and we are inhibiting the growth of the Dumbo community because of the lack of mass transit infrastructure. And so I really do hope that you'll be able to provide us with something more than, no timeline, and that this is being considered in an abstract fashion.
I absolutely will get you I'll get you a time. We'll get you a timeline. And as a regular user of that station, I understand the frustration.
Well, I appreciate that. And if you're a constituent, it's nice to meet you. Secondly, I wanted to ask about bus camera enforcement. Actually, let me just do one quick one on the G-Train. Any plans currently underway to either expand frequency of service or the number of cars on the G line at this time?
At this time, no. I think we're in the process of determining where we need to be pre-COVID. And I think the agency as a whole will be taking a look at ridership numbers from start to finish. Ultimately, it's hard to kind of gauge where we will be as a system at this point.
Mr. Critchlow, I mean, when I speak to your colleagues at the MTA, they tell me Brooklyn ridership is back. It's the issue. You don't have folks coming into Midtown, and that's one thing. But I'm on the G-Train every day, and it is packed. And, you know, we see more and more and more people living and working in Brooklyn, but we don't actually have the train system that is oriented toward meeting our needs. So we are more dependent on the G-Train than ever to move for intraborough travel, but we're not seeing the MTA step up to reflect the realities of how people are living and working and moving. So, I'm very disappointed to hear that you're not doing more at this time, and I hope very much that we can work together to identify a firm timeline to evaluate how we can increase G-Train frequency to meet the needs of my community.
So respectfully, the system is still operating between 50 and 60% ridership. The G-Train is one of our lines, and obviously we have an affinity towards all of them, and we watch and try to make the best.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I say we have an affinity towards all of them.
Well, if you want to play favorites, I'm not gonna. It's the only one that doesn't go to Manhattan. It's the outer borough line, and it needs a little love. My assembly member likes to call it stubby. So we love the G-Train. You've probably seen the videos over the years of the G-Train sprint. I do it every morning to finally get to build a platform where I can catch the train. We need some help and attention there. So I do hope you'll focus on it. And then the last thing before I run out of time, I just wanted to ask you about bus camera enforcement. I am extraordinarily excited to see you all put cameras on buses and for us to ticket and hold cars accountable who are slowing down our buses. Could you give us an update on the number of buses that currently have cameras installed and what the time frame is for us to get a camera on every bus citywide?
So what I could tell you, Council Member, is that over 125 buses have cameras today that are the bus lane enforcement cameras. We're committed to doing another 300 buses this year. And we can, we will continue to robustly roll out that program because we think bus lane enforcement is a great program. We are committed to increasing speeds on our buses for our customers. So we want to see that program expand as well.
Time expired.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I believe Chair Brooks Powers has a couple of follow-up questions.
Thank you for that. I wanted to ask 2 more questions on the MWBE subject line, and then a quick question in terms of the bike equipment access. So what percentage of contracts, well, I guess you said it was 31% of contracts was committed for MWBEs, but of this amount, what percentage of contracts were awarded to women-owned businesses, and what percentage was awarded to businesses owned by people of color? And then what percentage of MWBE contracts were awarded to businesses in New York City versus outside of New York City?
So I just want to, first of all, I just want to correct something. If I said 31% of contracts, I meant 31% of expenditures or payments related to contracts. So of the MWBE contracts that we award, 40% are for women-owned business and 60% are to people of color. And that breaks down between in the city and outside the city of roughly 42% for New York City-owned businesses and 58% outside the city.
Oh, wow, that's a lot money going outside the city. Is there a plan by MTA to try and see how we can utilize more New York City businesses versus out of state?
New York City versus out of state or out of the city?
Out of the city, rather.
Okay. We have an aggressive outreach program where we develop contacts and encourage minority and women-owned businesses to become certified and to become part of our program. We work aggressively with vendors across our service district, including in the city. And I think that's we are aggressively pursuing additional vendors, and we'll work to grow the percentage that's in New York City as well as just the MWBE percentage in general.
Well, I will say MTA does have a really strong MWBE program under Michael Gardner, who I've worked with in my role at the Port Authority. And often MTA, just like school construction and DASNY, have been the standard bearer for other agencies and how they approach MWBE. And I think it would be a way of lifting other agencies up if MTA can continue to be creative and find ways to really continue to strengthen the MWBE utilization, especially those in New York City. Right now, JFK has a $17 billion infrastructure program underway, and they look to MTA as examples of how to engage MWBEs. They look at who's certified with MTA and get them certified as well. And I think this will be helpful to make sure that we are providing opportunities to scale up businesses, especially minority businesses, especially looking at diversity within diversity as well. And so I just wanted to say that. And Jai, I'm not sure if you were going to say something. I'll yield to you.
I know, I was just going to say that thank you for acknowledging that we are one of the leaders in New York State for MWBE. That's what I want to say. We do 31% participation. However, we are 30% of all money awarded in New York State to MWBEs, right? So we are a leader, and you got it there before I did, which is what I was going to say, that under Michael Gardner, we've had an excellent program, and we continue to expand the program and have participation as robustly as possible within our contracts.
No,
I actually think we're number one in the state of New York among New York State agencies and authorities. With that
all right, now MTA, go ahead and flex. But it'd be great if we could go over that 31%. Let's try for 50. I think we could do it. Then last two questions that I'll have will be, the first one is, earlier this year, the state legislature passed the MTA Bike Access Bill, which requires the MTA to develop a strategic action plan to improve bicycle and pedestrian access at its bridges and passenger stations and promote bike access on board MTA equipment. While only 56% of the Bronx is within a comfortable half mile of a subway station, more than 95% of the borough is within an equally comfortable 2-mile bicycle ride of a subway stop. What is the authority's plan for implementing this legislation and improving bike and pedestrian connectivity at stations?
So we just started a study to look at all of our subway stations and to determine opportunities or current existing bike accessibility and opportunities for additional bike accessibilities. That work is in progress, and we're looking for new opportunities, and we will certainly be sharing that publicly as that study progresses.
And then the last question I have is, the MTA is running a successful pilot of bicycle racks on city buses in Staten Island to Bay Ridge. Can you share your plans for expanding the bike rack on the front of buses pilot?
Sorry, council member, I don't actually have that data, so we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. And I'll just end with saying thank you for being a part of this. I hope that we can have the MTA come back before the council a couple more times to really talk about the MTA's plans to increase and improve the access to the transit network, as well as the plans to work with the Department of Transportation so that New Yorkers get an equitable ride with your resources. So thank you again.
Madam Chair, if I could add one thing on the bike issue. Last year during 2021, the railroads, the commuter railroads did, in an effort to make it easier for customers to bring bicycles on board, they actually suspended the bike permit process, which was required a fee, and it was viewed to be a bit of a cumbersome process. So that was one other step that was taken at the commuter railroads to support use of bicycles.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Next, at this point, following the MTA, we are going to hear from the New York City Department of Transportation.
Before we start, can we just take a 2-minute break, please?
Sure, of course.
Thank
So
you.
we'll take a 2-minute break and then we will hear from New York City DOT.
But if I may, just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the chair for support and the council's interest. Everything we do is about equity within the region. Mass transit means equity. And 2 years ago, many went home, but our frontline employees kept going as essential workers. So we appreciate the relationship and thank you for the support.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez, would you like to test your audio?
One, two, three, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Borelli, would you like to test your audio?
No, I was hoping to catch the MTA, but just confirm that they're done testifying.
Yes, they're finished.
Okay, I'm going to punch out. Thank you.
No problem.
Are you ready, Elliot?
Yes, so now we will call on the Department of Transportation panelists to testify. Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management, Elizabeth Franklin, Deputy Commissioner for Sidewalks and Inspection Management, Leon Hayward, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation Planning and Management, Eric Beaton, and Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Rebecca Zach. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. I will call on each of you individually to confirm your response for the record. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes, I do.
Associate Commissioner Franklin?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Commissioner Hayward?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Commissioner Beaton?
Yes.
And Assistant Commissioner Zach?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you, and nice to see you, Elliot. You did a great job in my previous role, and I'm happy to see you there too. And good morning, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm Idanis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Elizabeth Franklin, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management, Leon Hayward, Deputy Commissioner for Sidewalks and Inspection Management, Eric Beaton, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation Planning and Management, and Rebecca Zach, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. As I said last week, it is an honor to be before this committee where I served for all my 12 years on the council, 8 of those as chair. This time to testify on DOT's FY23 preliminary budget and FY22-31 capital plan. As Mayor Eric Adams said when he introduced the budget, this is a transformative time for our city. The pandemic hit us hard, but we are on the brink of a recovery that offers us a once-in-generation opportunity to make real change on a grand scale. We will make decisions that invest in our city and benefit all New Yorkers. With the fiscal discipline in this budget and effective planning, New Yorkers can be confident that we have resources for both the recovery and any uncertainty that may lie ahead. New York City's transportation system, from its roads and bridges to subways and buses, is controlled by a number of city, state, and regional agencies. Linking them all together is New York City DOT. Our agency is responsible for operating and maintaining 6,300 miles of streets, highways, and public plazas on which all New Yorkers rely for walking, biking, micromobility, and the movements of cars, buses, and goods, as well as for outdoor dining and public space. And we transport 25 million riders in a year on the Staten Island Ferry. Through all of this, we aim to maximize safety and mobility. DOT is responsible for the condition of the roadway, curbs, and pedestrian ramps, nearly 800 bridges and tunnels that carry our street, including the historic East River bridges. Traffic signals at 13,250 intersections. The Joint Traffic Management Center, 315,000 street lights, 350 million feet of street markings, enough to circle the globe more than 8 times. Nearly 1 million street signs, 14,500 parking meters, over 2,500 city benches, over 30,000 bike racks, over 3,550 bus shelters, over 140 miles of bus lanes and busways, which we are expanding. 1,360 miles of cycling network, including 140 miles of protected bike lanes, which we are also growing, and over 2,500 school speed zone, red light, and bus lane enforcement cameras. The agency also established the traffic and parking rules that NYPD enforce, inspect our 12,000 miles of sidewalk, oversees the largest bike share system in North America, while exploring and regulating new forms of micromobility to serve even more New Yorkers. Delivers traffic safety awareness and education, promotes cleaner vehicles through our alternative fuels program, and much more. With this budget, we will continue to reimagine our streets, tackle the second pandemic or reckless driving, provide more public space in communities across the city, speed up buses for our transit riders, expand and harden our bike network, maintain our infrastructure, and provide safe, reliable, free ferry service between Staten Island and Manhattan, while investing in ferry vessels and facilities for the future. DOT's 1.3 billion FY23 spend budgets include 438 million for traffic operations, including signals, street lights, automatic enforcement, and parking. 214 million for roadway maintenance, 145 million for transportation planning and management, including installation of street signs and roadway markings. 123 million for ferry operations and maintenance, 115 million for bridge maintenance and inspections, and 294 million for all the DOT operations and administrations, including sidewalk management and inspection. DOT's proposed 25 billion FY22-31 capital plan includes 12.7 billion for bridge reconstruction and rehabilitations, 4 billion for street reconstruction, 3 billion for resurfacing, 3.3 billion for sidewalk and pedestrian ramp repair and reconstruction, 511 million for the Staten Island Ferry, 919 million for the street light, signals, automatic enforcement, and 623 million for the facilities and equipment needed to support DOT operation. As you are aware, the Mayor Adam proposed a PEG program saving almost $2 billion in the city's preliminary budget. DOT's portion of the FY23 PEG totals 26.7 million, and we met our goal in several ways. To meet our share of the mayor's PEG to right-size the city's workforce, we are eliminating 159 unfilled positions. We also found savings in the monthly maintenance costs of our enforcement camera, and our ferries operation will benefit from funding provided through the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act of 2021 and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. These funds can be applied to the maintenance and operations of the Staten Island Ferry. As a result, over 42 million in displaced city fund can be used to close the city budget gap in the 4-year financial plan window. These federal funds will also help us cover critical new needs. These include increases in our ferry security contracts due to prevailing wage and in our marine electronic and radio repair costs. The stimulus will also fill baseline funding gaps in our ongoing ferry dry docking contracts, overtime budget, and cleaning contracts, as well as the expense-funded portion of a capital project to flood-proof our ferry terminal. The city is also making use of these stimulus funds to fill other critical DOT operational needs through displaced city funds. These include the Intersection Safety Improvement Initiative that Mayor Adams and I announced earlier this year, 1.6 million in FY22, increasing to 4.3 million in FY26 in the outer years. And it includes installing and maintaining more accessible pedestrian signals each year, 6 new positions and 3.6 million in FY22, increasing to 25 positions, and 10.2 million in FY26, and the baseline. The increase comes on top of funds provided for the program in prior budget cycles. Total expense funding to support accessible pedestrian signal is now up to 18 million and 43 positions in the baseline, and capital funding to install these signals over the next 10 years totals 333 million. For maintenance our infrastructure, this budget includes funding and staff to begin a concrete bridge deck sealing program on critical roadways citywide. 12 positions and 1.5 million in FY23 and 1.9 million in FY24 and the out years. It also contains funding to install and maintain weight in motion enforcement technology to protect the triple cantilever structure on the I-278 Brooklyn Queens Expressway between Atlantic Avenues and Sand Street. 400,000 in FY22 and 700,000 in FY23 in the out year. Costs which we anticipate we will cover through renew from violation issue. New York City will be the first in the country to use this well-established technology to enforcement purpose. This will be key to slowing damage to the critical structure, a location where traditional NYPD overweight truck enforcement is challenging. On the capital side, this budget includes 1.2 billion for 13 bridges across the city. This funding will allow us to rehabilitate or reconstruct the bridges projected to reach poor condition through FY30. And you can see a list in my written testimony. And this capital plan rolls 860 million from FY22-23 into the out years FY24 and 31, including 450 million from our streets reconstruction program and 300 million from our bridges program. These changes are made to better reflect project schedule for greater accuracy and integrity in our capital plan. We are looking forward to starting construction on dozens of transformation and street projects totaling hundreds of millions of dollars in construction contracts over the next few years. With our partners at the Department of Design and Construction and the Departments of Environmental Protection, we will be making transit more accessible, redesigning intersections to make them safer, building out our bike and greenway network, and making critical drainage and state-of-the-good repairs improvements. This will support our goal of making New York City the safer city for pedestrians and cyclists in the nation. In our Great Street program, construction work continued on the fourth phase of the Grand Concourse in the Bronx, adding landscaping and raised bike lanes, while we are actively designing phase 5. Phase 6, south of East 138th Street, which S3 was funded last year, part of our ongoing commitment to complete the Grand Concourse. We are also pleased to begin breaking ground this month on the second phase of Atlantic Avenue in the boroughs of Brooklyn and Queens, and construction work on the first phase of Brooklyn's 4th Avenue will also begin this year. Our school safety program will be kicking off multiple large construction contracts soon, redesigning intersections to make them safer and more accessible near over nearly 24 schools across the city. We are finishing design of one of our largest most priority improvements to date, along the B282 Select Bus Service route in Brooklyn, with our partner in New York City Transit, and with the support of New York State and Federal Transit Administration, we will be bringing major safety and bus accessibility upgrades throughout this corridor, as well as long-needed repairs and beautifications for 2 Kings Highway. When it comes to our bridges, we plan to commence a contract for structural steel repairs on the Williamsburg Bridge to extend its service life for up to 60 years. And in the fall, we will begin construction to modernize the bridge that carries 5th Avenue in Brooklyn over the Long Island Rail and New York City Transit track along the border between Sunset Park and Bay Ridge. In conclusion, I would like to thank the council, especially the chair, for the opportunity to testify before you. I look forward to partnering with you as we work together to make this city safer, more equitable, and accessible for all New Yorkers for generations to come. I would now be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to questions from Chair Brooks Powers. Panelists from DOT, please stay unmuted if possible during the question and answer period. Thank you. Councilmember Rivera, did you want to be acknowledged or are you waiting for questions? Okay, thanks. Chair Brooks Powers.
So thank you for the testimony, Commissioner Rodriguez. Always great to see you. I will say again today, all 3 testimonies we received throughout the active hearing, receiving Department of Transportation's in the midst of the MTAs, and I just received the TLC testimony. So if some of the questions are a bit redundant or what have you, we didn't have any proper notice to be able to address some of what was shared in the 6-page testimony that was just sent to us by DOT. So as a part of the commission, mentioned the ARPA. So as a part of the American Rescue Plan Act and Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, approximately $170 million for Staten Island ferry operations. How will this funding be used specifically? And does the Department of Transportation anticipate receiving any other fundings from ARPA and CRRSAA?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy again to, to get time to talk about how coordinate, from your opening statement to testimony. First, I said before, I see you as a great pointers on, and when it comes with you and the speakers Adam too, to move our agenda when it comes to transportation. So I only see great opportunity for us to plan together. More than happy again after the hearing also to get some time so that again you and I get some time to talk and coordinate to the best our ability. And it's about, I think, to see we're going to be planning something different in the way of how things were done before. As I say, when I used to be the chairman of the transportation, I didn't say my opening statement to DOT and the agency, usually go and prepare the testimony, share the testimony the day of the hearing. But again, more than happy to take time to continue planning with you. In regard to the question, New York City DOT received a total of $219.8 million in COVID-19 emergency response funding to pay for Staten Island Ferry, a New York City ferry operational expense, coronavirus aid relief and economic security was $21.6 million, coronavirus response and relief supplementary appropriation was $79.1 million, and American Rescue Plan $119.1 million. I don't know if this is something also that our budget director would like to add, but I will pass it to Elizabeth in case that she wants to or something else.
Sure. Yeah, we received, as you noted, the about I think you noted it was about 170 million in CRISA and ARPA funding, and some of that was taken as a PEG. We're using what we can over the 4 years on ferries operations. The funding is specifically for transit, so we are able to displace some city funds. First, we're able to fund some of the ferries needs that we had, and then also cut the city funds budget that already was in place for ferries operations. Some of that was pegged, and that was noted in the January plan, and other city funds were displaced, moved from the ferries budget, and funded other needs in the department.
So accessible pedestrian signals are devices that communication information about walk and don't walk intervals at signal intersections in non-visual formats to pedestrians who are blind or who have low vision. The preliminary plan includes a new need of $10.2 million in fiscal 2026 to primarily fund the maintenance of signals that DOT has already or plans to install. This funding will also support additional headcount positions of 6 in 2022, 16 in 2023, 21 in 2024, and 25 in 2025, and in the out years. What is the average cost of APS per intersection?
Yeah, this is the important results and tool that is used not only for the 1 million New Yorkers with physical challenges, but also other New Yorkers that feel safer when they use those tools to cross intersections. The cost is $63,500 per intersection.
And how many intersections will be affected by this new funding?
As March 1st, 2022, there are 1,015 signalized intersections equipped with the APS. So far, there are 147 signalized intersections installed with APS in FY22, and approximately 450 signalized intersections are anticipated to be installed with APS in FY23, with 500 calendar year 2023.
And how many intersections currently have APS technology? How many were installed in fiscal year 22? And how many APS does DOT plan to install in fiscal year 23?
Yeah, let me pass it to Rebecca also to expand on that question.
Well, actually, the stats are as of March. I want to go back to, you asked how many intersections would be affected by this new funding, I think. And so the new funding need will be used as part of maintenance costs for all signalized intersections, which are over 13,000. So just to go back to that question. And then as of March 1st, there are over 1,000 signalized intersections equipped with APS. There are 147 signalized intersections installed with APS in FY22, and approximately 450 signalized intersections are anticipated to be installed with APS in FY23, with 500 in calendar year 23. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Pivot into MWBEs. Can you please provide the committee with the MWBE percentages for DOT contracts for fiscal 2020 and the projection for fiscal 2022?
In FY, first of all, to start from the beginning, this is one of those areas that we will do much better. This is our commitment. I know this is important for you, for Speaker Adam, for Mayor Adam, myself, and for the whole city. So whatever number we're going to be sharing here, we know that we are committed to bring this number higher.
No, Commissioner, we know you just got there and you were on this side. We understand you're going to bring it up. We holding you accountable to bring it up.
That's the goal. And we have great partners, especially, you know, when you heard from Mayor Eric Allen, a call on the state to triple the discretionary threshold for MWB non-competitive small purchase, which is an important tool that we have. He's calling to raise it from 500,000 to 1.5 million. So we all are together hoping that the state will give the city that a power to increase it in the way of how we can also select small businesses to up to $1.5 million. But the answer to your question is in FY21, DOT achieved a utilization rate of 13% in 21. And right now, currently DOT is at 17% utilization and projected by the end of fiscal 22, which is in June, in a few months, which is not the calendar year, but for the budget purpose, finishing in June, this number will end projected to be ended with 14%.
You said 14 or 40?
It's a 14, 1-4, low number that are not happy, number that I know that we are committed to address and do whatever we have to do to bring it higher.
And can you break down how many contracts were awarded to women-owned versus minority-owned businesses?
I had to go back to you to that breakdown. I don't know if someone, okay, give me 1 second. So let me pass it to Rebecca to show that breakdown.
In FY22, we have awarded 109 contracts to MWBEs. 58 of those contracts were awarded to women-owned businesses, and 33 businesses were owned by people of color.
Can you give me the percentage again, Rebecca? You said for WBEs, it was how much?
Yeah, so we awarded 109 contracts to MWBEs. 58 of those contracts were awarded to women-owned businesses.
Okay.
And 33 were businesses owned by people of color.
And what percentage of contracts are awarded to businesses in the city, and what percentage are awarded to businesses outside of the city?
44% of MWBEs are businesses in the city, and 40% are located in New York State and 16% in New Jersey.
And what more can DOT do to ensure that MWBEs receive every opportunity to secure city contracts?
We are doing enhanced outreach to MW vendors to become pre-qualified so that they can submit RFPs for professional service contract. We have modified requirements to participate RFP pre-qualification through expanding MWBE firms' ability to win more procurement. And additionally, we are working on an area designated for the MWB on our DOT's website, so MWBs can locate upcoming procurement and possible subcontracting opportunities on bid and RFP that have been recently awarded. Lastly, we are conducting additional outreach with professional groups, connecting with elected officials and hosting meet and greet section for MWB vendors. One of the things that I've already been started a conversation with the SPS commissioner to be sure that we go through our 5 boroughs, connecting with the small business in different ethnic community to talk about opportunity that a small business have to do business with DOT.
Thank you for that. In October 2019, the council passed the Transportation Master Plan, legislated to take effect in fiscal year 2022. The master plan calls for the installation of at least 250 protected bike lanes and 150 protected bus lanes. Bus stop upgrades at 2,500 stops, redesign of at least 2,000 intersections, and other major transportation projects. Can you provide the committee with an update on the status of the Transportation Master Plan?
Yeah. Yes, I will start and I will pass it to Leon Hayward, who also with the Deputy Commissioner for Sidewalk and Special Management, to also expand. I gotta say it again that the Street Master Plan is one of the most important legislation that I had the opportunity to be part of in my role. That now you have that now you hold that position of the chair. We feel that the Street Master Plan lay out the New York City Street Plan. There are challenges, but we plan to meet the goal of the FY22 of 30 bike lane miles. We are still discussing resources with the administration regarding our year targets. But let me pass it to Leon also, who also can expand on things that we have done.
Actually, I'll take this one. But yeah, as the commissioner said, we were very excited to publish the plan in December of last year and really set the tone for all the work this year and beyond. And we think it both included all of the milestones that you mentioned in your question, as well as what we think is a really good framework for how we address projects around the city. So we talked about in the hearing last week, like really adding that explicit lens of equity to the work that we do, and making sure that we're not just doing the projects to meet the numbers, but that we are really implementing them equitably throughout the city. So as the commissioner said, we think we're on target for meeting our milestones for this calendar year. And we are really going to be working hard to make sure that we can meet the milestones for the future years as well.
Thank you for that. And the plan calls for DOT to install 30 miles of protected bike lanes in fiscal year 2022 and 50 in the out years. Does the Department of Transportation anticipate meeting these installation requirements?
It's a goal to accomplish those numbers. As I said, there are challenges, but we are planning to meet the goal of FY22 or 30 bike lane miles. And also, as you heard from Eric, we are also taking the Street Master Plan very seriously. And as I testified before the council early this month, going forward, street redesigning as a whole will be prioritizing higher need neighborhood based on the priority investment areas that lay out in the Street Master Plan, while still being guided by data such as crash histories and slow boat speed. PIAs are based on the 3 input rates and income density and lack of priority investment. And DOT will continue to invest in community across the entire city, but the PIA will help us focus on investment to where they can have the greater impact.
And does DOT plan on conducting outreach in neighborhoods to solicit feedback from local communities prior to launching any major transportation projects?
Of course, that's the way of how I can say, in those years that we've been addressing how and where to improve safety in our communities and how to redesign our streets and reimagining the use of a street. Community input play an important role. So we will go to the community. We will be relying on you and many of our colleagues. I know that you have made a priority also to go and visit all council districts. It means all community board, all leaders across the 5 boroughs. So this is one of those areas that we are committed to, again, continue doing what DOT been doing, but also as a new commissioner and working with you as a new chair, I also hope that we also partners when it comes to expanding the level of outreach, knowing that the voices of community engagement include community board, but they also include PTAs. They also include CBO. They also include faith leaders. And this is something that, again, I hope that in partnership with you, we will continue expanding.
No, thank you for that. And and you and I both often talk about, equity. And so I'm excited about you in that role, just knowing that you look through that lens. So I'm interested in understanding how DOT will ensure that the master plan projects and funding are equitably distributed amongst city neighborhoods.
This is priority. And as I, expand the question on the street master plan, that's where I also include a piece related to how the street design investment as a whole will be prioritized in higher need neighborhood based on priority investment area. So again, I'm proud of the work that the previous commissioner has done here at DOT, but I know as a working class commissioner that I have been as someone that since I arrived in this city in June '83, I've been living in the underserved community. And I don't have to be preached, I don't have to be educated when it comes to how priority is for us to be sure that the investment that we would do in our city take into consideration the underserved community that for many decades has been left behind. And again, this is not my vision only. This is the vision of Mayor Eric Adler. This is the vision of the speaker and you as a chairman. And here at DOT, everyone take the responsibility very seriously, and everyone is committed to expand the way of how we address equity in our city when it comes to transportation.
Thank you. Now, the Open Streets program was codified into law. The law also created a process by which community organizations can apply to operate an open street and requires DOT to provide resources to the program. What's the current status of the Open Streets program and how many open streets are there currently?
Yeah, we have more than 200 and we are looking for even growing the number. And I know here, Rebecca and the intergovernmental team and educational team also been approaching and all council members, inviting the 51 colleagues that we have in the other side at City Hall to help us to identify potential area blocks, CBO that they could be interested to apply for open street. There's funding available. And this is something that we've been promoted, DOT been promoted for since the beginning. Before I became a commissioner, that there's funding available for open school. There's an application online that people can go through. And if there's any council member again that would like to identify any block where they can also identify CBOs or any schools, anyone that would like to apply, or a resident or a neighborhood who would like to come together and put an idea of how to put together open school. Here at DOT, the resources are here to support those initiatives.
And what kind of maintenance and support will the City Cleanup Corps provide? Will the Cleanup Corps assist with graffiti removal and power washing?
Well, the cleanup corps provide regular operation, a barrier and furniture setup, sanitation, and others on open street and also pedestrian plaza. And I don't know if this is something also that Elisa would like to expand, but this is the area where we've been blessed to get those resources through the Clean Corps. This is a program that has make a difference on how we can support those pedestrian plaza and open street, especially in the underserved community that they don't have the same resources or plaza they have that have partners with great resources. So again, like I'm looking to continue, and we will continue having conversation with OMB to be sure that funding will be there for on the future for this important initiative that will allow to continue the necessary support for pedestrian plaza and open streets.
I think you covered it, Commissioner.
Okay, and the cleanup corps are entirely financed with federal funding. How will the city fund cleanup and sanitation of the Open Streets program after fiscal 2022 when the federal funding ends?
Yeah, so this is something that again, where we will continue having conversation with OMB and you at the chairman of this committee. And I feel that this is Open Street are popular. They came here to stay, and therefore we need to have the financial support for that, so that the Open Street will be part of the 25-25. You know, this is a vision on this administration, and working with the advocate group, such as Transportation Alternative and other, we are reimagining on how to use a street for other public use. And so open, you know, this is the open, the funding that, as you say, are coming from at the federal level and make a difference. We will continue conversation with OMB to be sure that funding will be there for the future to continue supporting Open Street and pedestrian plaza, especially in those communities that they don't have the same resources or plaza that they have partners that have other resources for the operation and maintenance.
And does DOT anticipate additional capital costs now that the Open Streets program is permanent? And will the program require capital improvements and renovations in the long term?
Let me pass it. The answer is yes, we always need more, but let me pass it to Eric, who also can expand on that.
Sure, and I think something that we've heard very clearly is that part of the vision for making these open streets permanent, that doesn't mean relying on volunteers to move barriers every day. And so we're working very hard, particularly on our more active open streets, to start implementing changes to make them more physically permanent. And some of that will be happening this year through our operational toolkit of roadway paint and signs and planters. So we're doing what we can quickly. But I think we do expect that over time, as we want to continue to make these permanent, there will be capital investments that make sense. And we'll want to work with partners and with local communities to direct those in the best ways possible.
And I think that this is also an opportunity for us together to invite institutions across our 5 boroughs, especially hospital and academic institution, cultural institution, to also be part of this initiative. And as Open Street had a great potential to also in some locations to be turned as a plaza, as a permanent area. So I feel that, I'm happy for the work that we did when I was again at the council working together with DOT. This is something that when I joined this agency, I can say that the team here, they take this program with a lot of pride. And by also working together, we will need to be sure that from capital to expense, we will identify all the need. And I know that we, from Mayor Adams to Speaker Adams, I know that the commitment is there to continue supporting Open Street.
And in response to social distancing needs stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Open Restaurant Program was launched to expand seating options for restaurants on select corridors citywide by closing streets to traffic to create outdoor dining spaces. First launched in June 2020 as a temporary pilot program, Open Restaurants was given year-round permanent extension by Mayor Bill de Blasio in September 2020. How many businesses are currently enrolled in the open restaurants program? What are the total enrollment numbers in each borough? And how are you ensuring that the open restaurant program is available to all businesses equitably?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most important program that we will celebrate in the future generation. They will be studying about how New York City started as a result of COVID. So the breakdown that we have is, and first of all, before the breakdown, one of the things that all of us should be proud, because this became as a result of working together, the council and this administration. Through this program, we were able to save 100,000 jobs. And right now, New York City is a city that had the largest numbers of restaurants using sidewalk and streets for this initiative in the whole nation. The breakdown is 48% in Manhattan, 24% in Brooklyn, 20% in Queens, 5% in the Bronx, and 2% in Staten Island.
And how are you ensuring that the program is available to all businesses equitably?
Starting with us, starting with, like.
But what does that mean?
Yeah, so the outreach, working with the Business Improvement District, working with the small business community, and here at DOT, I also brought someone who's mainly also responsibility is going to be beside working with the Borough Commissioner to look at immigrants communities. And we feel that the level of outreach that have been done so far, it have been successful. However, again, as we're looking for this program to be permanent, it is going to be focusing on we at DOT, having the team that now for the first time will have a director of 30 employees. It's something that we didn't have before. So the resources are in place for this program to be run efficient, to have the capacity to do the outreach throughout all the 51 council districts, throughout the whole 5 boroughs. But also, we will also rely on recommendation coming from the council members and other small business leaders in our community. We're going to be working together with the SPS, who also is the agency that do most of the work related to outreach of the small community.
Thank you for that. Now that the open restaurants has been given year round, or has been going year round, permanent extension, how many enrollees do you anticipate participating in the program in fiscal 2022?
I will pass it to Rebecca on that one, but I got to say, first of all, that I would like to thank the council for passing the zoning test amendment removal, who was very important. With that limitation, we were limited to where we could have the open restaurant. So I want to thank the council for making the first step of moving forward into making this program permanent, and hoping to work with the council members and you as a chairman to move forward in this legislation to make it permanent. But I think that the first obstacle that we addressed was the one that the council voted, which was the removal of the zoning text amendment. Now, let me pass it to Rebecca.
The permanent program is set to begin in 2023. At that point, there's going to be a licensing and revocable consent fee, as well as applications will need to be submitted and reviewed by DOT. We expect that the number of restaurants participating to be less than the emergency program, given the new program requirements, but higher than the number participating in the previous sidewalk program run by DCWP. I think it also helps that the city is opening up and that you can eat indoors too.
Got it. And then many restaurants currently participating in the open restaurants program have erected outdoor shelter space for diners. What is or will be the procedure to remove shelters that become damaged or are no longer in use?
This is going to be a quarter life. It is a quarter life issue. We take it very seriously. And the first thing is about we send inspectors. Last year, up to now, we have done more than 60,000 inspections. We have worked with those business owners to let them know that they had to remove it, and they have not done it. DOT working with the Department of Sanitation take the necessary steps to remove it. And if there's any particular area location that any council member has seen any of those churches that must be removed, please let us know and we will coordinate with you guys.
And we have been actively out over the past 2 weeks, as well as this week's, addressing derelict locations.
Okay, thank you. Just want to move on to congestion pricing. So similar to what I mentioned in the MTA portion, the fiscal 2020 New York State executive budget authorized the MTA to establish a congestion tolling program in the city of New York. Congestion pricing revenue was estimated to cover 27% of their 2020 to 2024 capital plan. However, the rollout of the program was significantly delayed under President Trump's administration, as it did not inform the state whether or not the plan would require a costly environmental impact statement. In late March, the Federal Highway Administration, now overseen by President Biden's administration, announced that congestion pricing could move forward with a less costly and time-consuming environmental assessment. With the congestion pricing scheduled to move forward, what role is DOT playing in the rollout of the program? And is DOT working with the state and MTA to ensure a smooth start of the program?
Yeah, so the MTA is the lead with N1 New York City DOT serving as a junior partner. The agency is working with the MTA on the seating of the existing infrastructure. It is a sponsor of the Federal Environmental Review and is working jointly with the MTA on the legislative mandate traffic study. The impact of congestion pricing on the city and DOT's infrastructure will be minimal. The system will consist of the cameras and sensor mounted onto mast, armed or poles. But I think that right now the most important thing to know is that, as you say, unfortunately, this process was delayed in the previous guide that was in DC, and now with President Biden and the support of Senator Schumer's the New York City delegation, this has become a priority. There's a system in place on how long it would take for the discussion of the outreach related to when the Department of Transportation, the federal government will allow MTA to lead that initiative where DOT will be a partner on going out through the 5 borough in all those a public hearing where the public will have the opportunity to give the inputs. But as we're speaking right now, this is again the way how it's structured. The MTA is the leading agency that will be coordinating, and we as a DOT will be a partner junior.
And how will congestion pricing impact the city and the Department of Transportation's infrastructure?
Well, the congestion price, as you know, is something that is important for the whole city. And this is something that we have been engaged in this conversation in so many years. We feel that it will reduce the numbers of vehicles coming to the central area of Manhattan when we have a higher level of congestions. It also will help the MTA to raise around $1.3 billion, money that is desperately needed for the MTA in order to have the resources that they need to fix, continue improving the train system for the whole 5 borough, for all our communities. So I think that, this is one of those initiatives that I hope, again, that the federal government will work with MTA and New York City DOT as a partner junior to be able to move forward, knowing that there's a process in place that we have to follow.
How will the state's congestion price and budget affect the Department of Transportation?
Well, it will, I will pass it to the team here if they want to expand, but I can say that the way of how the impact that we will have if you're talking about financially speaking, is more that it will have a positive impact in a way that first it will take a car outside a area in New York City that is so congested that cannot hold more vehicles, but at the same time also it will allow the MTA to raise $1.3 billion, and we feel again that it will benefit all of us because the MTA, we will take vehicle out of the street of Manhattan, but also it will help the MTA to raise their revenue. And most of the money, as we're speaking right now, those resources going to the MTA.
The commissioner got it right. The revenue is going to go to the MTA and our costs are going to be reimbursed through an MOU that we have with the MTA. I also just wanted to stress that the impact on our infrastructure is supposed to be minimal. Just wanted to get that in there.
Thank you. So pivoting to traffic fatalities. Fatalities amongst bicyclists have increased from 14 in 2014 to 25 in 2022, a 79% increase. Moreover, pedestrian fatalities increased from 107 to 123 between fiscal 2020 and fiscal 2023. Overall, it's unclear at the present pace if the city will achieve its goal of zero traffic-related fatalities by 2024. What does the Department of Transportation attribute this increase to? And what is the Department of Transportation doing to address the increase, the issue of increasing traffic fatalities?
Yeah, this is one of those areas that I was on the council when I was there, and I was a commissioner that take my sleep away when we get those data every day, because we never know when the next victim is going to be a child, a senior citizens, and that person comes from different socioeconomic ethnic background, different community. I feel that when we look about crashes, we should be treated as another pandemic, as COVID. There's a 1.2 million people who lose their life in the world as a result of crashes. We contribute to those numbers, being our country. This is happening across the country. But people who know me, they know that I don't let anything that happens at the national level to dictate what we do as a city, because New York City always has been the leading one. I feel that, spending this with my 4 years sitting in the other side, my 2 years here, what I can see is that all of us should be proud to be running the largest transportation system in the whole nation, and one of the systems that has doing most of the work redesigning the intersection that has contributed to reduce the numbers of pedestrians and cycling that are losing their life. However, if you ask me the cause, reckless drivers. Those are the ones. Those are individuals that in 2022 to today, 60% of the fatal crashes involve major violators, 40% of pedestrian fatals, and hit and run on license, suspend, 3 or more convictions, prior DWI, and prior suspension. And that's why we need to align all of us together to get the whole rule at the state level, because what we know is that a speed camera saves life. A speed camera sends a message to those reckless drivers, most of them who doesn't live in the community, who they get a ticket. 40% who are licensed, registered in another area outside New York City, that we are watching them. That there's a speed limit in New York City, which is 25 miles per hour. That the data has been shown that when a driver sees at 25 miles per hour, if he interacts with a pedestrian, first of all, it will give time for the drivers to be able to maneuver. It will get time for the pedestrian to be able to save their life. And if someone hit at 25 miles per hour, the probability that a person dies is very low compared to someone who is in a crash, hidden by the drivers, driving at 35 or 40 miles per hour. So if you ask me the question, the data saying is reckless drivers who are driving over the speed limit, that they drunk when they're driving, that they are crossing in high speed to the stop sign. So when it comes to redesigning, the team here at DOT, they have done a great job, and all of us should be proud. We need to go after those individuals, and a speed camera is one of the tools that I hope that we continue expanding and getting the city more control of everything related to automatic enforcement and speed camera.
And while I think, we can agree that that is one of the ways in which we can address it. The challenge I find with it, as we discussed in the hearing several weeks ago, was the fact that the money that is collected from the cameras go into the general fund, as you shared with us. And unfortunately is no commitment, has not been a commitment to reinvest those dollars in these communities to help, address the safety of these neighborhoods that, like mine, have high fatalities. And so I do want to get into that, but before I get there, I do want to also just highlight a letter that I sent to the Department of Transportation pertaining to the Queensboro Bridge in Sunnyside and Long Island City, with the delay in the construction for the bike lane there. I had an opportunity to visit that neighborhood with Councilmember Julie Wan, and I must say it was quite dangerous. There was a lot of bicycles, the e-mobile or e-bikes, and then you have a lot of trains, a lot going on in that intersection there. And so in talking to Councilmember Wan, I was disappointed to hear that it was going to be a delay in opening up the other side to be able to have or designate one side for one direction of traffic and the other side a different one, because it was quite hectic and dangerous. I know I almost got swiped a couple of times myself out there, along with my staff. And so I did want to highlight that. I look forward to hearing from the Department of Transportation's in response to that letter. But just pivoting really quickly, I just have two last questions before I yield to my colleagues. Between fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2031, $2 billion will be invested for Vision Zero work in the city. $1.5 billion has been allocated for street reconstruction projects and $500 million for traffic items, including speed camera installations, traffic signals, pedestrian signals, and street lights. Will this funding be allocated equitably? Can you provide a breakdown of where Vision Zero funding will be spent by borough?
Yeah, so let me start with the last one and stopping and feel that you have to, but I'm gonna try to give you the answer to those questions that are very important. And the first one is related to the dollars, and I will say something Elizabeth also can expand with the numbers, but when it comes to the speed camera and the revenue and how do we invest those dollars, I gotta say again, always making me accountable, because I changed my personality when it comes to always being a voice to say equity must dictate and guide everything that we do. And if we raise money through any sources, that money must be reinvested in our community. So when it comes to the speed camera, what I can say, that money is reinvested in our community, because the money, when it comes to, when you look at the dollars, on regards to how much do we invest on Vision Zero, throughout all 51 council, throughout all the community board, what we have seen is that more investments are done in our communities, regardless the social ethnic background and socioeconomic background. We need more resources to invest, and we've been doing it, investing on redesigning our street, making putting more bike lane, bus lane, open street, open restaurant, making the city safer than what we can raise in any sources. But that part, Elizabeth also can expand on that one. The other part related to the issue increasing traffic fatality, I'm with you. It's not only a speed camera that will improve the level of safety that we deserve. that will allow us to turn the city of New York as a safer one in the city for pedestrians and cyclists. You know, when you look, and I know that you have the data in front of you, all the information that we share, you know, because of the partnership between the council and this administration, in this case of DOT, billions of dollars have been invested in our street in the last couple of years to make our streets safer. And our speed camera program is a proven effective, we have to recognize it, an equitable solution to dangerous speeding. I said before, you can see now with the map in the back where I am. This is how the speed camera are distributed in our city. However, I'm with you too when it comes to, besides speed camera, how much are we investing in our underserved community? And that's the area where we are looking at it and putting the dollars where the data are showing that we have the higher numbers of crashes, the more challenges that we have. If it is a priority for the Adams administration to have New York City gain local control, but we are also continuing our comprehensive program of a street improvement project, and that includes protected bike lanes, pedestrians islands, curb extensions, raised crosswalk, and signaling changes. We will bring safety improvements to 1,000 intersections citywide. So as I made the case in ISA, because we are against the clock, if we want to get a speed camera included in the budget season, we need to unify and we need to have the dialogue so that people are comfortable to know that we are not looking only at speed camera. What the data is showing that reckless drivers are the one is what is taking the life away for great New Yorkers. And that's why a speed camera is added to the other thing that we're doing, redesigning a street and also looking on how to read to use the signal system. When it comes to the question related at the local level, I will pass that one to Eric. But let me pass first to Elizabeth, the one related to the budget on a speed camera and how we reinvest those money.
Sure. Yeah, in terms of where the money goes and then how much we spend, we're in a good place on the revenue, because while the revenue does go to the general fund, since in the period from FY14 to 21, when Vision Zero started through the last full fiscal year, we spent 3 times as much on Vision Zero as the amount of revenue brought in from speed cameras. We spent $1.7 billion from FY14 to 21. And then already in the plan right now, just between this year and the next 2 more, FY22 to 24, the funds going to Vision Zero will be another $1.6 billion. So the amount we're spending on Vision Zero is much greater than what we take in from this revenue. And yeah, for exactly how we determine the equitable spread across the city, that's a question for Eric.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before, but this is part of the reason we wanted to have those priority investment areas in the streets plan, is to make sure that as we look out over 10 years, we don't necessarily know what the most dangerous intersection will be 10 years from now, because we will be addressing everything in the meantime. But we always want to make sure that every year we are investing our dollars equitably. So it's a commitment from us to continue investing in those underserved communities wherever the need is in those areas, as well as, of course, all over the city.
And that's a question related to the local part of the bus, right?
Yeah, and we can follow up with you with more detail on the Queensboro Bridge question as well, and the outer roadway. But we are committed as an agency to addressing the situation that you've seen there. We agree there's an issue, and we're just we're coordinating it with some very heavy construction going on the upper deck of the bridge and making sure that it all fits together. But I think we're right with you on knowing that we really do want to open that south outer roadway to pedestrians, and we're just working on how quickly we can get that needed bridge work finished.
So I haven't heard the breakdown of where the Vision Zero funding will be spent by borough, the breakdown, especially like when you have communities like mine that has the highest traffic fatality rate. What's the investments coming into communities like mine? And I can
Yeah.
tell you some of the investments I would love to see is daylighting. You know, we'd like to see more one-way roads. We want to see investments in the infrastructure to make the roadways safer. There are some streets in my neighborhood that have not been repaved in over 20 years. Those are the type of investments that we would definitely like to see in our community to help address and slow down the motorists in the community.
I will ask Leon to expand the repaving part and how do we make decision on repaving and resurfacing the street. I can say that that's one of those areas that, you know, is where we have more equitable approach. But when it comes to our investment related to Vision Zero, our investment will be guided by the New York City street plan, as you heard from Eric. We set our priority investment area, which are in part based on lack of past investments. So you're right on your call, as I want any college, you know, at the council level that has been represent area that has not seen major investment in the past, to know that this is our time, that we are giving a whole 5-borough look on the need that we have. And we are looking at those areas that in the past has not received the same investment. We will also continue to follow the priority locations in our pedestrian safety action plan, guiding resources to where the most serious injuries and death occurred. Our Capitol Street Vision Zero program has included equity as one of our key metrics in ranking projects, and will also be guided by the PIA going forward. If there's any, again, like further details needed by borough, by council, more than happy again to follow with you and your team. But your concern, your approach on the need to have attention, especially on anything from repaving, paving, resurfacing, open street, anything related to Vision Zero, more than happy to follow with you. But let me pass it to Leon, who also can talk about the first part of the question.
Right. So we have an inspection crew that goes out and assess and rates the streets. So every year they go out and they reach 50 to 90% of the street. And so they provide ratings. These ratings are then used to help determine which streets we decide to resurface. Every borough has a certain number of lane miles, and they look at the number of lane miles compared with the ratings and the complaints, and that's the information that they use to determine which streets in each borough that they do resurface.
And Chair, I would say if Sydney could send me specific locations where you want to focus on resurfacing, daylighting, one-way conversions, I could share that with the Queen's office and we can work on that.
Thank you. And I want to yield to my colleagues so they can get their questions, but I'm asking if DOT can provide me and the committee with a breakdown of where the Vision Zero funding will be spent, broken down by borough.
We will.
Okay. And Elliot, I'm going to yield to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll now call on council members in the order that they've used the Zoom raise hand function. Council members, again, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. The Sergeant at Arms will keep a timer and let you know when your time is up. And you may begin once the Sergeant has announced that you can begin delivering your testimony. First, we will hear from Councilmember Rivera, who will be followed by Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Rivera.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner, and to the whole team. Thank you for being here. And Madam Chair, thank you for so many great questions. You covered open streets and open dining and the master streets plan. So I'll ask 3 questions with the time that I have. And all of this I have brought up to the Department of Transportation, all but one of the questions. So I'll just ask them and answer them however best you can. And of course, really looking forward to working with you through this term. So my first question is Manhattan's Community Board 6 and advocates have put forward plans to redesign 3rd Avenue in Manhattan in the 20s and 30s to improve pedestrian safety, bus and bike travel, and reduce traffic on this dangerous corridor. And as I mentioned to you and your team, this is definitely one of my priorities. Can you give me an update on your review of this proposal and if the implementation is funded in this fiscal year? My second question is, there is a commercial loading zone pilot in process in my district along avenues B and C. And this pilot will create space for commercial delivery vehicles to safely park and unload, preventing traffic congestion and unsafe conditions. What stage is this pilot and how are you measuring indicators of success? And then my last question is research. This actually has to do with the legislation I just introduced last week on asphalt alternatives. And research shows that when hit with sunlight, road asphalt releases up to 300% more emissions, which is why I introduced the bill Intro 89 for the Department of Transportation to conduct a pilot program to study lower emission alternatives, which are materials that have lower emissions of carbon dioxide and secondary organic aerosols, and that's for road work. Has the Department of Transportation discussed an initiative like this in the past to gauge interest, timeline, and costs? And for places that have done it across the country, we have Marin County in California, the San Francisco Airport, and Microsoft in Washington State has done this work. I realize that some of those projects are privately funded. And so I would love an update on those 3 questions. And I really do appreciate you coming in and spending so much time with us.
I would definitely will. And I more than happy again to continue working with you as we did it in our previous role. And we know that we share the same commitment on everything that you have said, and it's about, to have the time. I haven't seen the bill yet. Happy to work with you and look at it, and the team here will follow with you. When it comes to the other part related to commercial vehicle delivery, this is something that is important here at DOT. But I'm going to pass it to Eric to address that part in the 3rd Avenue.
Sure. So the commercial vehicle loading, we've seen a tremendous increase in the amount of deliveries, particularly in residential neighborhoods. Historically, we focused commercial deliveries in business districts, but we know that the way the world has changed, people are getting groceries, they're getting everything delivered at home, and we've seen a much more double parking. So we started what we call our neighborhood loading zone program, where we take this idea of loading zones and move them into more residential areas as well. And that's aimed for those commercial deliveries, but also for a person who needs to get to the curb and load their private vehicle, someone who needs to get out of a taxi, and it's much easier for them to do that at the curb. Providing these clear spaces where everyone can use the curb in a much easier way instead of just long-term car storage. So as you know, we have been focused on the Lower East Side and the areas along Avenues B and C. I think we hope to implement the loading zones there shortly. We've just been working some back and forth with the community board to finalize the locations, but we do expect them to go in very soon. And then we keep a close eye on it. We know that as much as we got feedback along the way, most of them will work, but sometimes some of them will need adjustment, and we'll stay with our ears tuned to the ground. If something isn't working, if it's not being well used, we can take it out. If it's clear that there's a need for more, we're happy to do that as well. This is a new program, and we want to make sure it's calibrated correctly in every community that we work in. So we think it's something that there'll be much more of. And then on 3rd Avenue, we've definitely heard the call loud and clear. 3rd Avenue is a Vision Zero priority corridor. It's one of the last in Manhattan that we haven't implemented physical design changes on. So we're looking at the whole length, the CB6 portion, but also CB8 and CB11 farther uptown. And we're working to sort of try to come up with a comprehensive plan. And I think we'll be happy to talk more about the schedule, but it's not a funding issue. We want to make sure we work closely with the community to make sure that the final design sort of reflects all the needs of the street and that we implement it where the crashes are highest as a first step.
Thanks so much. Looking forward to hearing an update on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Lewis, who will be followed by Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Lewis.
Starting time.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I have like two quick questions. Like most districts, speeding is a major issue impacting Council District 45, resulting in fatal crashes and serious injuries. My constituents, as well as community boards 14, 17, and 18 have requested speed bumps and traffic lights to increase pedestrian safety. Our office alone has a log of over 300 requests for speed bumps. So I wanted to know, what is DOT's plan to address the backlog and streamline the process from conducting studies to actually implementation? That's the first question. The second one is in regards to Kings Highway. And we had this conversation before, so I'll bring it up again. Just a month ago, a 17-year-old teenager was hit by a car on the intersection of Kings Highway and Avenue K. My office, along with Assemblymember Weinstein, have lobbied and set aside capital funds to renovate the crosswalk along Kings Highway. And it has taken years for DOT to implement some type of change in that area. And it's just unacceptable that it's not a concern for the agency. So I wanted to know, in what state of despair or mismanagement must a roadway, pedestrian crossing, or a road median be before DOT actually designate it as priority for some changes? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Again, always a great honor to be working with you. In regard to the first part of the question, it may take up to a few years to get a speed reduced due to the large volume of requests, which are in the numbers of thousands. High number of pending installations and a huge increase in reinstalling installations that are required after resurfacing. Once installed, a speed hump become part of the roadway accent that must be restored as part of the resurfacing. Yeah, the requests that we have are in thousands. And of course, when there's any particular location that from a council member like you has identified the need to have a speed hump because there have been a number of crashes in that locations, we are more than happy to sit down with you and your team to see if beside the speed hump, there's other things that we need to do on redesigning or raising the crosswalk. So this is on time frame line. It takes months, it can take years. However, when someone brings any particular location of any New York, but especially you who are partners with us here and committed to improve safety, more than happy again to sit down with you to address, because I know that as my previous role, I didn't call DOT and say I want to speed hump. It was because I was addressed by the PTA, I was addressed by the resident. There was a number of crashes that happened in that location. So more than happy again to work with you if there's any particular locations that require again immediate attention, not only on the potential to have a speed hump, but to bring other amenities that we have here at DOT to improve safety in that location. And I don't know the second part of the question is that.
So Kings Highway, Kings Highway is absolutely a street that we are taking seriously. We appreciate the support that you've provided over the years and the assembly member. We do have a capital project for Kings Highway that will rebuild large stretches, including that intersection at Avenue K with some very substantial safety benefits. It's heartbreaking when they're not in place in time to save the life of the person who was killed there. And I don't think anyone would want to say that it's okay that it's taken this long, but we do have a very strong plan there, and we're going to work to implement it as quickly as we can.
All right, and I think the issue with Kings Highway as well, there was a redesign that was implemented there in 2018 or 2019. And I think that redesign also caused more issues, which is why we have more fatalities in that area. So if there's any way we could speed up the process to have a conversation collectively, I think it would help not only my district, but corresponding districts 46, 41, and so on. So thank you for the opportunity. Look forward to working with you all.
More than happy to follow with you and your team. I can say that I would say, I'm not going to say all, because there's always a percentage of error, but I can say in most cases where we have done any redesign, there have been a reduction of crashes in those locations. But if there's a different data that is showing that that's not the case in that particular area, more than happy. And yes, we will move quickly to follow conversation with you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Ressler, who will be followed by Councilmember Farias. Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and the whole team at DOT. Really appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today. There are so many urgent issues in the 33rd that I would love to talk to you about, from egregious placard abuse to making McGinnis safe to making Skirmerhorn safe to traffic calming on Atlantic to the Brooklyn Greenway and making that the dynamic bike lane that it should be, to bridge entrances and bridge approaches that need to be improved for cyclists. There are many, 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 many urgent issues, and I'm very eager to sit down and work together and push on all of them. But the most urgent issue in my community is the BQE. And so I just wanted to get an update on where we are. My understanding is that DOT anticipates, at least as of the last administration, spending $1.5 billion on this project between fiscal years 22 and 31. Can we get an update on the status of the Triple Cantilever project, including the prior administration's commitment to extend the lifespan of the Triple Cantilever? There were a series of very specific and tangible initiatives that the previous administration committed to extend the lifespan of the Triple Cantilever for 20 years. I'd like to understand your all's commitment to implement those specific initiatives and to the robust community engagement that we were all promised as well about the future of this stretch of highway.
Councilmember Lincoln Rester, it's always an honor to be seeing you and work with you as we have done for so many years in the past. Okay, so I'm waiting for us to have a coffee there in your district. So let's schedule that. So have a coffee, work, and be able to connect. I know the important role that you play as a leader in your district. That with all the experience that you have in your previous role, not only working at City Hall, but also your commitment to fight for social justice. So I think that when it comes to the BQE, as you have sit down conversation with City Hall, I feel that there's nothing new that we have here to share. I feel that we are right now working with City Hall, having conversation with City Hall. As you know, new administration in place. The previous administration did important work, and the community put their input together. But I feel that in a good time very soon, I know that there will be other sitting conversation with you and other stakeholders in your district. So far, there's nothing new when it comes to the BQE. It's more something similar as as City Hall share with you when you sat down with them.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And look, I completely understand it is the purview of City Hall to think about the future of the Triple Cantilever and how we will transform that stretch of highway. But there are immediate tasks at hand regarding the preservation initiatives that we're committed to that need to be acted upon with urgency. As a result of water damage that we've experienced this very calendar year, I'm concerned that the conditions are worsening and that we are not moving with appropriate haste on the preservation strategies to extend the lifespan of the Triple Cantilever, and we could have a very serious problem on our hands. So I don't mean to give you a hard time because I like you so much, but this issue is of existential concern to my community, and I'm trying my best to raise the alarm bell.
Listen, the team here is confident that we are taking care of the safety or the BQE in the whole area there. There's waiting motion. We know that the BQE is a critical roadway for moving people and goods, and we need to ensure that it is safe. And that's what we are doing. And the team here at DOT is very confident that that's what we are. The legislation established pilot program that automatic enforcement of overweight truck using waiting motion, as you are familiar with that. It was signed by the Governor Hochul in December 2021. This will allow DOT to begin installation of the system during the oncoming construction season to allow for violation or to be issued for truck exceeding the legal law limit by the end of 2022. But again,
Commissioner, I know the WIM legislation, but I'm concerned it's not going to be implemented by DOT until the end of the year. And time is really of the essence. And there are many other specific things that we need to do to reduce water damage, to extend the lifespan of this structure that I'm just concerned are not happening. Before I lose you on time, I'd love to sit down soon. I know we're going to make that happen and really go through this in a granular way. Other question I just have is, you have such an ambitious streets plan. I know you have the right goals here, but I'm concerned that with cuts to the DOT budget, it's impossible to achieve these bold, necessary, ambitious changes to make our streets safe. How do you balance those two things?
I'm happy on how Mayor Adams increased our budget to more than $65 million. So as you know, we don't have unlimited resources. And this is something that we have learned in our life, besides asking for more, which is, something that we expect. Yes, we always want more resources, but we are confident that we have the resources necessary to continue making DOT as the agency that runs the largest, more complex transportation system in the whole nation, the one that had the more ambitious plan, that run the largest bike share program, the one that had the largest open restaurant with your support at the council. So we know that there's always a need for more, but we're confident that we have the resources necessary to continue expanding our vision and making the city, and turning our city in our goal, the safest one for pedestrians and cyclists in the whole nation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look forward to working together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Farias, who will be followed by Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Farias.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Rodriguez and Team DOT. I do want to start off with saying I hopped in mid-testimony, so I apologize as I was doing my own preliminary budget hearing if you've already answered some of these questions. In the mayor's preliminary budget, there are proposed cuts of $67 million to DOT, where we need increased funding to bring better buses, safe streets, accessible, safe infrastructure in our city. The New York City Streets Plan is a blueprint for DOT to build safer, more accessible streets. How will DOT fund the Vital Streets projects mandated in 2022, including the completion of 20 miles of bus lanes, 250 miles of bike lanes, and the safety redesign projects to meet Vision Zero goals? That's question one. I have two more. What bus projects do you have planned for 2022, and when will these projects be rolled out? And lastly, rolling out transit signal priority is another important way to speed up our buses. What is DOT's current place of TCP installation? Where has recent work been completed? And what is in the pipeline for the coming year? And if you need me to repeat any of those, please feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Start answering, I will get Eric to also expand. And if you don't, if you want for us to add more, yes, it also bring it up. And of course, it's always an honor to be working with you, and I really mean it, and you know that. You will come with an open mind, committed to expand transportation, new ideas for your business. So you are one of the top priorities for me when it comes to working in partnership to see what is that we can do in your district. Again, in the past, didn't have the type of leadership that believe in expanding bike lane and other things that we needed. So using our newest way of doing TSP analysis and average cost of the intersection with TSP will cost around $6,000 500, while the full engineering analysis with traditional don't cost around 23,000. We feel that we do have again the resources to do the project that we have for this year. But we are in conversation with OMB. And they understand, the city hall know that, you know, expanding our transportation in all this area that you described, our priority, not only for me as a commissioner, but I need executing the vision of Mayor Adam. And we are identifying all the resources that we have to be able to move forward with the plan. But let me pass it to Eric so that we can expand with more details.
Sure, and I think transit signal priority is actually a really good example of a place where we can be more efficient and still deliver what we want. We used to do transit signal priority through very large consultant studies that would cost upwards of $23,000 per intersection. We were able to do more of it in-house using our very strong team of signal engineers. And what that means is that we're able to do the same work for only about $6,500 per intersection. So even though that's, you know, we're spending less money, we can still deliver in that case the same services or more. And we've dramatically expanded the amount of TSP we've done. You know, just last year we studied almost 700 intersections, which is a pace far faster than we've done before, and frankly far faster than, as far as we can tell, just about anywhere else. Anywhere. So we agree it's one of those things that is just, it's a good thing, and it's part of our core commitment to deliver improvements for bus riders. Also needed in that, as you said, is the commitment to redesign our streets to provide dedicated space for buses. And I won't read the whole list, but some, you know, we're very committed to doing this in places with high bus ridership all over the city. So there's a big focus in the Bronx this year with University Avenue, Gun Hill Road, Fordham Road, 21st Street in Queens, you know, very impactful projects that we think should have us in the neighborhood of those 20 new or improved miles per year.
And of course, as we share, as we talk when we had the opportunity to speak with you, if there's any, talk about priority that you have in your district, you know, we will continue, like, you know, seeing where are we and how to move forward. But this is where we are.
Okay, great. And just for clarification, in terms of TSP installation, do we have like an idea of, we had a goal of X amount of installations and we are X amount percentage into the installation? Like, is there like a percentage, a number, a goal this year?
Time expired.
Our goal has been to do 300 per year. We've at least last year we were more than double that number as we moved these more in-house and we were able to be more efficient. You know, I don't want to say we'll double that goal every year, but we think we should at least be able to continue meeting our commitment there.
Okay, great. And in terms of bus projects we have planned for 2022, is it that there's too many so you don't want to list, or do we have a list that we can look at?
Yeah, I didn't want to spend a lot of time, but we're happy to share a longer list with you.
Great, thank you so much. I will yield my time.
Thank
you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to first say how great Ed Pinkar is as a Manhattan commissioner. That's number one. Every answer, every letter, every phone call, etc. So I'm a Ed Pinkar. I didn't know he could fill Margaret's shoes, but he has done so. I just want to let you know.
I will tell him you said that because he will love that. Thank you so much.
It's absolutely true. So there's about 5 quick issues. Number one, the accessible pedestrian signals. I just want to know where we're at. I know there've been several pieces of legislation. Mine was, you know, probably 20 years ago, but there have been several since. So where are we in terms of implementation? Number two, I know you have money allocated to curb cuts, and I appreciate that, but I just want to know, it says money, but I didn't know kind of what your plan is, how many you can do, what is, you know, what is the sort of overall scenario for curb cuts? 3, maybe it's there, but I didn't see it, at least in Manhattan. I don't know, people steal street signs when it says, you know, West 87th Street or West 30th Street. I don't know what happens to them, but sometimes you'll have 4 corners and there's no sign. So I don't know if there's a game plan. I know at one point, if there was one sign, we were happy, but I just want to know what the game plan is for street signs. News racks are a pain in the neck. We hardly have any newspapers. I think I'm the only one that reads newspapers on, like turning the pages and everything. So, but there seem to be, I don't know whether the news racks still exist. They are sometimes complained about. So I just want to know the update on news racks, because they are unfortunately under DOT. And then I never understand about graffiti removal. Is it just you? I know I see a budget item. There used to be trucks that helped us. What's the status with graffiti? The other thing that people complain about, I don't know if it's a budget issue, but when you have the Con Ed, then the Verizon, and then the cable companies, the underground permits. I know you try to do them at the same time, but as a tech person, I know there's always been a challenge on getting the real picture of underground cables and so on. You obviously have DEP. Everybody has to go through you though. So what's the update on that? And then just finally, people like everybody else, I've spent a lot of my time. I moved the Amazon truck because I know everybody at Amazon. I moved the Fresh Direct truck because I know everybody at Fresh Direct. I moved the Peapod truck because I know everybody at Peapod. But I don't know, what is the end game on these trucks? It's hard because they have to unload. I know you've been thinking about it, so I just didn't know if there was a sort of, are we thinking about what to do? Obviously, the avenues, Columbus Avenue gets packed, everybody complains, but I just want to know if there's an update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And on regard to the first question, as of March 1st, 2022, there are 1,015 signalized intersections equipped with APS. So far, there are 147 signalized intersections installed with APS in FY22. Approximately 450 signalized intersections are anticipated to be installed with APS in FY23, with 500 in calendar year 2023.
Okay.
When it comes to the news rack, and we will, yes, it's on the DOT. I know that in the past we were having discussion between the former Commissioner Polly Chomber and I, when I used to be a chair, on being sure that that the news rack where they are, they're safe. That there were some concern. This is something that we will follow up with you to see what is the status where we are with that. And when it comes to the, I will pass the one to the underground permits for Eric to explain, or Leon. I will pass to Leon to pass both the one of the curb caps and the underground permits, and then we go on the graffiti removal to talk a little bit at the end. But let me pass it first, Leon.
Okay. So good afternoon. First thing I want to talk about is the Pell Grant program. So so far since the most recent settlement, we've already constructed 30,000 upgrades at simple corners, and this is following resurfacing. And we've upgraded 500 corners at complex corners. And again, this is following resurfacing. We've also installed, and these are new installed, this is where ramps did not exist, over 1,300 simple ramps and 900 complex ramps around the city.
Okay.
I will also add that, of course, the past 2 years, specifically in 2020, we hit a pause, both in-house and with our contract work. And as a result of that, we did lose some ground, but we've been working with DDC and we've been working with OMB to make sure that we have the funds to try to catch up. One of the most difficult part of trying to catch up is the number of contractors that are out there that actually do this work. We already pretty much have tapped the industry for construction for our ramps and sidewalks. And now, with our little delay, we're adding an additional load on that. So we're working through that with DDC to try to get that.
Okay.
Time expired.
Now, I'm not quite sure where you're going with the infrastructure question in terms of the utilities and the cables underground. but clearly they do have to come to us for permits. We do our best to make sure we coordinate work between them. But if there's an outage with, let's just say Con Ed today, and they come in and they fix whatever, and then 2 weeks from now or a month, the cable company has a problem, I have to provide them with that opportunity.
But I agree. I just was suggesting that as time goes on, because the public is very cynical. So it might be helpful for DOT to tell the public, we really are trying to coordinate blah, 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 unless there's an emergency. Because the public is always screaming and yelling, they never coordinate, they tear up the streets. So it's just a suggestion more than anything else, because it is very common, that nastiness about nobody's coordinating.
So it's our public relations in this area that we have to step up on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
If there are missing signs at a street corner, if you could send that either to Ed or to myself, and we will forward those along to Borough Engineering.
Okay.
And, okay.
The polygraph.
It'll be a lot, but I'll send you the list.
Or Ed.
I'll send it to Ed, so he likes getting lists. And then it's this graffiti and the overall policy of I don't know what you call them, the delivery trucks that stay there.
Our bridge painting unit is funded by the STAMP program, the state program to perform graffiti removal along highways. And we also do get a lot of graffiti complaints at other locations. And we received federal stimulus funds actually for another crew this year. I think that's the budget item you're seeing, $950,000 in November plan.
Yep.
So discussion about whether, there could be funding made available to continue that.
Okay. And you coordinate with other agencies also on graffiti removal, right? Is it everybody kind of on their own, or is there a coordination on graffiti?
There's coordination with Department of Sanitation and others, yeah.
Okay. All right, the only other thing is the trucks that stay there all day. I don't know what to do about them. I don't know if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, obviously, if they're double parked or doing illegal things, we work with PD. But our goal really is to try to find places where they can legally do what they need to do, because people are ordering things. The trucks are being responsive to members of the community. This is why your district was one of the first for the neighborhood loading zones. We want to make sure that those are working, and if they are, there may be more locations or more traditional loading zones on commercial corridors to make sure that they have legal curbs at the times they need them.
Okay. All right, and we won't belabor it, but it's an ongoing issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will turn back to Chair Brooks Powers for a few follow-up questions.
Thank you for that. What is the Department of Transportation doing to improve equitable investments in zero-emission transportation methods? Specifically, how is DOT's budget line with the city's climate change goals and health equity? And what is the breakdown between car modes and sustainable modes of transportation?
So I would say that, we are looking at where we have larger areas, especially trucks that contribute to the level of contamination. And I feel that, when you look at what we did in the Bronx, this is one of those areas sample where working with a truck company, we were able, with the truck association, we were able also to work with them, letting them know that we were working with a new initiative where we remove a number of trucks that contribute, to the level of asthma in places such as in the South Bronx. But let me call Eric if he also will expand about that particular initiative.
Sure, it's our Clean Trucks program that, as the commissioner said, started in Hunts Point, and basically we pay companies to retrofit the most polluting, the most asthma-inducing trucks with cleaner engines. When the program started a long time ago now, it was cleaner diesel. Now we're very much working on hybrid and electrically powered trucks. Right? And it started in Hunts Point, but now we're working to expand it to other environmental justice areas of the city, like Sunset Park, other industrial business zones that have historically borne the brunt of this high emitting truck traffic. We're using some money from the Volkswagen settlement to do that. So we think that this is just a really good thing for the community. We're working to put out a new RFP very shortly to really expand that citywide. We're also working to decarbonize the passenger sector as well. And with our initial rollouts of curbside electric chargers and fast chargers in our garages, I think we've made some fairly small first steps with the 4 fast chargers in garages and what will soon be 100 level 2 chargers on our curbs. But we know that we need to get much more beyond that, and that's why we had put out the vision for fast chargers and 1,000 curbside chargers by 2025. So we're working very hard to do that. We know that there's a lot of people wherever we can get people on transit, biking, walking. That's by far the most sustainable, and we'll encourage that wherever we can. We also know that private vehicles are going to continue to be part of the mix. So wherever those are, we want them to be electric wherever possible.
Eric, you're referring to Electrifying New York, right?
Yeah.
Chair, I can send that to Sydney if that would be helpful for you, the report on Electrifying New York.
Thank you.
And we know that we're going electric. The future, not in New York City, but the future society is going electric. And that's why, as you heard from our goal, and not a goal, but you heard the numbers of electrical chargers that we've been installing in the city will continue growing. And you heard the goal for the 1,000 to have a second level 2 charger in 2025. But also we got a goal to have 10,000 level 2 charger by 2030 curbside. And the reason why we want to continue expanding the electrical charger, because we know that what used to be something that did not include the working class community or looking to be able to have electrical vehicle has changed. And we also know that this is about equity. We know that there's a lot of, I was approached in the past by some of the liberal taxi, family liberal taxi drivers who say, we would like to switch to have electrical vehicle. And we know that in order for that to happen, we have to bring electrical charges, to those communities. So yes, we coordinate with the other agency and working again together with you and others. We know that going electric is a way of how we will be able to move, to switch from depending on gas to go electric.
Thank you for that. I wanted to touch briefly on the capital project community impact. In particular in Far Rockaway, we have several different infrastructure projects underway simultaneously, and they've been really devastating our local businesses. Our merchants have been already bleeding as a result of COVID-19. At one point, Mayor de Blasio had redlined the Far Rockaway community because we were the second highest death rate in terms of COVID-19. So it was significant loss in business. And what we've been finding is that the plans for outages and along these capital projects have been done on weekdays during business hours, which are further impacting the businesses. So I want to know what is the negative impact that DOT has seen in terms of their projects on the traffic, communities, and businesses, and what has DOT done to mitigate this impact?
Yep. So let me pass it to.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. Do you mean for the capital projects that we implement, or the capital projects that DDC is doing in your district?
So DDC has it, but it's several agencies that's engaged, including DOT. So this question is specific for DOT in terms of, in your capacity as it pertains to these projects. What does DOT do?
Yeah. So why don't we follow with?
I think Leon could say something
Leon?
here.
Yeah. So we have inspectors, our highway inspectors that go out to these locations. And what we try to do is we work with DDC, we work with their contractors, and we also work with the store owners. And we try to make sure that they understand what the plan is. And then we try to make sure that the contractor sticks to the plan so that if we tell you that something's going to happen on Monday, that it actually happens on Monday and it doesn't happen on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday as well. So as you know, the projects, you know, they are very important to the community as well. And so some of the best things that we can do is to make sure that the store owners and the community is aware of what's going on, that they know what the timing is, and that the contractors actually stick to that. We do go out, we do monitor. DDC also has their teams that are on the ground. They have community people out there that are constantly on the ground, trying to make sure, speak to the store owners to address their conditions. And whenever something really blows up and it requires our attention, we come out to help bring both groups together to try to solve the problem. Unfortunately, outages do happen because the work has to get done. And, you know, I guess it all depends on how the program was bid, whether work can be done on the weekends or whether work has to be done during the day, because clearly there's a big difference in terms of the funding associated with when these contractors work. Yeah. But specifically, when there's something specific, we will go out and we will try to mitigate the situation with our highway inspectors.
And Chair, let's be sure that our team here will follow with you. Anything that is that you and the rest of the council member identify as how we can, you know, highlight it to DDC or any other agency that we are doing projects together. More than happy again to follow up and see how and work to address it. So as you know, when we walk through your district, I know that you also share some area that was close to your office that, you know, when construction started, you know, they made some changes and you highlighted on how there was a need to bring it back to how it was. So again, some work that is on the DOT, that is funded on DOT. DDC is the agency that carry on and do those projects, but at the end of the day, we are also responsible. And we are more than happy to coordinate with DDC on any challenges that you or any other council member has in your district.
No, absolutely. And when I spoke, I must have spoke too soon, because since then I got a list of several dates this past week where I sent off an email about, because they are looking to literally shut down systems from like 7 to 4 on weekdays. And again, I understand the projects have to get done. I think going forward, that should be taken into account in terms of the budget to be able to do more overnight work, especially in a community like this, like I said before, that was negatively impacted by a pandemic, and we're trying to keep their doors open. And this is really impacting them. Also, another issue which I will flag for you all, I'm not saying it's directed to you, but I know with DDC, when they were passing out notices, they were all passed out initially in English only. A lot of the merchants along the Mott Avenue corridor and Beach 20th Street corridor, we have a lot of Spanish speaking businesses, African businesses, and so it has to have multi-language resources placed in these budgets also to make sure that we're having people who could speak different language. We're having people that are giving them literature at a minimum in a different in their native language so that they understand what's going on, because the takeaway was we handed it out to them. They were fine. and that wasn't the case, and because it was a communication gap. And then I just have one last one, and I thank you for your time today. So in the first 4 months of fiscal 2022, DOT repaired 36,190 potholes, 33% more than in the same period last year. The average time to close a pothole work order increased from 2 to 4.2 days. These changes are related to a 15% increase in pothole work orders, which DOT correlates to a doubling of 311 complaints for pothole repairs compared to fiscal 2021, coupled with staff shortages of fewer DOT crews available due to the ongoing pandemic. So the two questions that I have is, how much funding does DOT allocate towards pothole repairs? And what's the breakdown in terms of how many potholes that covers? And do you keep track of potholes that are repeat offenders where you need to repair the same pothole more than once?
I'm going to pass it to Leon, who have a lot to details on this matter. But I got to say that taking out the pothole, I know that this is very important for all New Yorkers. And this is something that DOT take it very seriously. But let me pass it to Leon.
So outside of the resurfacing budget, DOT has $25 million allocated to other street repair. That's not just potholes, but other types of defects as well. This winter, we had a difficult winter. We had some colder temperatures than we had in the past, and that created a lot of freeze store problems that then broke out the roadway and required more people to start calling. And so we had an increase in the number of pothole complaints. Because of COVID, we had shortages of staff. Periodically we had people that were out and weren't able to put out the number of crews that we're supposed to put out. But beginning this week, we also are bringing in increased staff of our seasonals that primarily focus on resurfacing, but also will have staff available to do potholes. So we feel that we will be able to have resources to attack the complaints that are presently in the system and get back to the response time that we have normally been at.
And I'm going to be inviting you, Chair, to go out one of these days as the team here is getting ready to, since now we are getting the weather that we're allowed to do most of the work with the pothole, to go out together so that we also, put our hands on and support the workers here at DOT as they do this job to take care of the pothole.
I'm down. I'm in these streets.
Do we track, the complaints? And we absolutely do track complaints, and those things are wrapped into the ratings that we do when we come by and look at, inspect every street. And those ratings help us to determine where we now are going to go and resurface and do a much more long-lasting repair than just filling a pothole.
No, thank you for that. And I'll just conclude with saying, I just want to lift up the voice of Councilmember Ressler in terms of the cantilever. I think back to when there was a news story about one of the bridges that collapsed. I think it was in California. I don't want to see that happen here in New York. We know we're super congested and populated. That would be devastating, especially knowing that this is something that's being highlighted right now. So I think that the Department of Transportation should move post haste in addressing the deterioration of the cantilever. So I just wanted to just add my voice to that as well.
Yeah, and we can assure the city, especially the residents of this area, that the engineer team here at DOT continue always looking at that particular area, the BQE, and based on all those data, based on the information, that site is safe. And we know that a lot of work will be done when it comes to repair the BQA, but there is no a need to alarm when it comes to, lack of safety, because that area is safe. Based on all the information and the analysis, the study that the team and the engineer group had done here at DOT in regard to the candidate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think at this time we will transfer over to hear from the Taxi and Limousine Commission. If we have the TLC on, sergeants, can we check their audio?
Vincent Chin, would you like to test your audio? Send you on mute request.
Testing.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. And Ryan Wantanja, you like to test your audio?
Testing?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear.
Great.
Okay, thank you. We'll now call on the Taxi and Limousine Commission panelists to testify. Acting Commissioner Ryan Wantanja and Assistant Commissioner of Finance and Operations, Vincent Chin. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. I will call on each of you individually to confirm your response aloud for the record. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Acting Commissioner Wantanja. Commissioner Wantanja.
I do. Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. I do.
Great, thanks. Assistant Commissioner Chin.
I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I am Ryan Wantanja, Acting Commissioner of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. Thank you for inviting me today to attend today's hearing to preview the TLC's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. With me is TLC's Chief Financial Officer, Vincent Chin. Before I begin, we would like to congratulate Councilmember Brooks Powers on your appointment as chair of this committee, and congratulate all the members on your appointments to this committee and your elections and re-elections to the council. This committee and council have been key partners in our work to make for-hire transportation in the city fair and equitable for drivers and passengers alike. In my new capacity as acting commissioner, I look forward to leading the incredibly capable, knowledgeable, and dedicated TLC staff to ensure agency operations and programs are not interrupted, and to strengthen the agency's collaborative relationship with this body and committee. In the year since TLC's last preliminary budget hearing, we have continued to address challenges to our licensees' well-being. During the COVID-19 pandemic, TLC prioritized the health and safety of our licensees. Prior to the wide availability of vaccines, TLC held COVID-19 testing events for our licensees in all 5 boroughs through partnerships with Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital. Once the vaccine arrived, TLC facilitated over 6,000 COVID-19 vaccine appointments for licensees and held multiple events at our Woodside facility where licensees and TLC staff could receive the vaccine. We continue to share up-to-date information on COVID-19 and safety protocols with licensees and TLC staff. In 2021, TLC convened the Black Car and Livery Task Force, bringing together drivers and base owners to discuss the challenges they experience. After 5 months of regular meetings and a public hearing to solicit comment and testimony, the task force issued its recommendations in December, which focused on ways to modernize the black car and livery industries, refine our enforcement strategy, and improve for-hire licensing rules and practices. Black cars and liveries play a critical role in the city's transportation network, and TLC looks forward to working with this committee and the council to implement its recommendations. Additionally, TLC continues to advance the electrification of our vehicle fleet. Last May, TLC adopted the Battery Electric Vehicle Pilot Program, expanding the universe of electric vehicle models that can be used as taxis in New York City. The pilot is scheduled to conclude in a few months, but participants have already logged thousands of trips and seamlessly integrated into TLC's licensed fleet. Drivers have told us these vehicles run smoothly, have sufficient battery life, and are popular with passengers. While the preliminary results are promising, anecdotal data indicates a need to expand the city's present charging network as more of our licensees seek to convert to battery electric vehicles. TLC also continued to promote safety and responsibility among our licensees in the past year. In 2021, TLC launched its driver license renewal course, a new continuing education course that drivers are required to take every 3 years as part of their TLC driver's license renewal process. The course provides hands-on training to support drivers in their work and to enhance public safety. It covers topics such as updates to TLC's rules and policies, and provides hands-on training on how to properly secure a passenger using a wheelchair and a wheelchair accessible vehicle. TLC also continues to operate the Driver Safety Initiative under our Office of Inclusion, assisting our licensees who have crimes committed against them while on the job. When notified of a crime against a licensee, TLC staff follows up with the individual for more details and connects them with public services to help with medical bills, lost wages, or other resources. We also work with the New York City Police Department to obtain case updates and keep the licensee notified of their case's progress. On a more positive note, TLC recently recognized licensees with exemplary service records in our 8th annual honor roll ceremony, holding up drivers and businesses across all sectors for their safety, accessibility, and community service. 593 licensed drivers across yellow taxis, green taxis, commuter vans, and FHVs were recognized as our 2021 safest drivers, along with 20 FHV bases for their commitment to safety. We also honored those drivers who provided the most accessible vehicle trips, those who delivered meals to New Yorkers in need during the pandemic as part of the Get Food NYC initiative, and the first licensed driver to get vaccinated against COVID-19. I would also like to take this time to speak about upcoming rule changes TLC has proposed. On April 5th, TLC will hold a public hearing on proposed rules requiring an annual financial disclosure for anyone who holds an interest in a taxi cab medallion. These rules would implement the Council's Local Law 109 of 2020, and as proposed, would require a disclosure statement filed annually by medallion owners and anyone that possesses an interest in a medallion. Also on April 5th, the Commission will hold a public hearing on proposed rules that would increase the flat rate from Manhattan to the JFK Airport from $52 to $65 and would create for the first time a flat fare of $39 between the Central Business District of Manhattan and the LaGuardia Airport. These proposals come after our biannual review of the fare structure in January of 2021, taking into consideration demand and supply of taxi cabs at the airports, average driver wait time in the airport hold lots, and what that wait time would cost based on a $15 hourly minimum wage. We invite drivers, industry stakeholders, and members of the public to testify on these proposed rules as we move through this process. We are also making great strides in assisting our taxi medallion owners and drivers with their medallion debt. The Medallion Relief Program, announced last year, is underway, assisting small medallion owners, and to date, we have been able to assist 263 owners with their medallion loans, 198 of whom have had their deals restructured, and 65 owners who have received settlement grants. So far, the program has dispersed $5,347,172 in grant funds, yielding a total amount of $36,789,546 in reduced debt. In November, the MRP was reinforced with a supplemental loan deficiency guarantee program, where the city will fund a third-party guarantee on medallion loans that are written down to a principal balance of no more than $170,000, with an interest rate of 5% or less, and fully amortized over 20 years. TLC will hold a vote tomorrow to approve rules implementing the guarantee program following our public hearing last month. Now we would like to preview TLC's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023. TLC's total expense budget is $55.5 million, which includes 40.6 million in personal services and 14.8 million in other than personal services. The budget reflects a vacancy reduction of 1.6 million for 25 positions, TLC's share of the citywide PEG program. Authorized headcount for fiscal year 2023 is now 561. Our top goal is to recruit and train new enforcement cadets after being unable to hire new officers over the past 2 years. We are actively recruiting for more enforcement cadets and will continue hiring new officers in the coming fiscal year. TLC will work closely with OMB to navigate the citywide limitations on hiring and to ensure we meet our staffing needs by backfilling critical positions. TLC also brings in revenue for the city. The projected revenue budget for fiscal year 2023 is $56.1 million. During the pandemic, licensing revenue collection remained stable as TLC staff worked hard to ensure our customers could safely return to work as quickly as possible. We expect licensing revenue will remain stable in the coming year, and we are pleased to see an uptick in new driver license applications and revenue after experiencing a decline over the past 4 years. Revenue from the inspections and enforcement division has been lower than normal as a direct result of the pandemic. The overall activity of TLC licensed vehicles declined during the pandemic, resulting in less revenue from vehicle inspections, and TLC enforcement officers were redeployed to assist in COVID-19 related operations. We expect this revenue will slowly increase as the industry recovers and for-hire activity returns to a pre-pandemic level. In closing, while changes to the industry and COVID-19 have brought us challenges, I am confident that as the city and our economy recovers from the pandemic, so too will the for-hire transportation industry continue to recover, and with the hard work of TLC and the council, return to a stronger, more equitable, and more sustainable position than ever before. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our budget and the agency's work over the past year, and I would be happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to questions from Chair Brooks Powers. Panelists from the TLC, please stay unmuted if possible during the question and answer period. Thank you. Chair Brooks Powers.
Thank you, and thanks so much to the acting commissioner. It was a pleasure speaking with you recently and having an opportunity to meet with you. And let's get to it. So taxi drivers have been considered essential public facing figures during the COVID-19 pandemic, as the nature of the jobs puts drivers at risk because they're unable to socially distance. What kind of support is TLC providing to drivers during the pandemic period? And is TLC distributing PPEs to drivers? If so, how many have been distributed and what's the total cost of the distribution?
So we have been doing everything possible to keep our drivers safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. In conjunction with the city, we distributed PPE to drivers at our Woodside inspection facility, at our Long Island City licensing facility, and importantly, in conjunction with the Department of Sanitation, at all of the NYC Delivers food hubs, which is where the bulk of the trips were happening during the pandemic. I don't have a cost number on us now. But we've certainly been distributing PPE. Additionally, one of the things we did right when the pandemic began was we authorized temporary partitions in our for-hire vehicles. Previously, if you wanted to put a divider between the driver compartment and the back passenger compartment, you had to go through a lengthy approval process to make sure the partition was safe. Understanding that a partition would better protect drivers, better protect passengers during the time, we basically removed all of the red tape involved in putting in temporary partitions between the front and back of the passenger compartment.
I love when we find ways to remove red tape in government. So has TLC provided guidance to drivers when dealing with passengers who refuse to wear masks?
We have. So the mask mandate remains in place for drivers and passengers alike in our vehicles. On the driver's side, we've authorized our drivers to refuse to transport passengers who are not wearing a mask. So failure to wear a mask as a passenger can result in you being refused transportation now.
And thank you for that. Has TLC kept track of how many drivers caught COVID-19? If so, how many?
I don't believe we have those statistics. When drivers contract COVID-19, they're not under any obligation to report that to their licensing entity. So I don't believe we have those numbers, but I will check with staff, and if we do, I'll provide them to your office.
Thank you. And what kind of support is given to drivers who are unable to drive because of illness?
So there was obviously the federal unemployment benefits that was extended during the pandemic. A lot of our drivers availed themselves to that. Additionally, one of the things we instituted for the FHV industry is we stood up a storage program. Previously, if you didn't want to carry the costs of your FHV license, the insurance costs and all of that, you would have to give up your license. But now that we have this pause on the issuance of new FHV licenses, we didn't want drivers who didn't want to carry those costs during the pandemic to have to give up the opportunity to work on the other side of the pandemic. So we stood up a new storage program whereby FHV licensees could put their license into storage. They wouldn't have to pay the commercial insurance on their vehicles, but they also wouldn't have to forfeit their license. So when they're ready to drive again, they can come get their license out of storage and get back on the road.
Thank you. And so the COVID-19 pandemic devastated the taxi cab industry in 2020. Tragically, there was a 66% decline in the number of drivers on the streets in December 2020 when compared to 2019 before the pandemic. Last year, TLC reported at the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget hearing that it anticipated a return of active vehicles as the city began to reopen in 2021. However, this data is not currently available on the website as it has been in the past. How is the for-hire industry faring in 2022? Did the number of unique drivers return to pre-pandemic levels?
It's not quite there yet, and I have this information, and we are working to make as much of this as publicly available as possible. That's one of my priorities as acting commissioners, to make sure all the data we have here is made available to the public as much as possible. So we haven't gotten all the way there, but I can tell you in terms of new unique drivers, we've seen a 61% increase in taxi drivers from this time last year. We've seen a 43% increase in our high volume drivers. We've seen a 37% increase in the number of active FHV drivers and a 17% increase in the number of our SHL drivers. So we are seeing drivers are coming back. They're working more now. We're not quite back to pre-pandemic levels, but hopefully we'll get there. And I'm happy to make all of these numbers available to your office after this hearing.
Thank you. And will you commit to reposting the unique and active driver data on your website?
Yes, absolutely. That's one change I would like to make as soon as possible. The numbers show I think what is now a positive story in our industry, and I'd like to get those out there.
Thank you. So going to the Medallion Relief Program, and then I'll yield to see if any of my colleagues has any questions. The Medallion Relief Program will provide Medallion owners with a $20,000 grant to help restructure loan principals and set lower monthly payments, as well as up to $9,000 for monthly debt relief payments. The November plan included a new need of $50 million in fiscal 2022 as a part of the MRP. This is in addition to $65 million in federal stimulus funding for the program. Can you provide an update on the Medallion Relief Program and how many drivers have been affected by the program?
Sure. So I think it's important to keep in mind the Medallion Relief Program has had sort of two phases. The first, which was finalized in the fall, involved the $20,000 grants to drivers to help them restructure their loans. The new phase of the Medallion Relief Program that we're voting on rules tomorrow introduced a city-funded guarantee on these loans if they're written down to a certain amount. So we've to date been able to assist or have closings on 263 restructures or settlements. And this has resulted in about $37 million in debt reduction. I think it's important to keep in mind that this represents sort of a small drop in the bucket of medallion owners that will be assisting. Once the city introduced this new guarantee portion of the medallion relief program, we expect a lot of medallion owners are currently working with their lenders to restructure under that program. And to that end, we have had 1,607 medallion owners make appointments through our owner driver resource center to get in contact with an attorney to help them restructure their loan with their lenders.
Thank you. Elliot.
Are there any other council members that have questions for the TLC at this time? Okay, first we will hear from Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee.
Starting time.
Hi, quick question. Actually, that was a perfect segue, Chair Brooks Powers, and congrats on sticking it through this marathon hearing. But so actually, I had a question about the medallion relief program. You said 263 medallion owners have already started have applied and received the loans, correct?
So it's 263 closings. So these are people who already received the entirety of their debt relief. But we do anticipate some of these might be renegotiated now that we have the city funded guarantee portion of the medallion relief program that we're introducing. So some of these people that restructured their deals might go back and restructure them to get an even better deal in the future.
Got it. Okay. And then 1,607 medallion owners have made appointments, but can you speak to how that compares to the actual number of folks that are qualified to apply? And do you know why folks, if they're qualified to apply, haven't?
Sure. So the qualifications to apply, you have to have an interest in 5 or fewer medallions. So we're really trying to limit this program to the small medallion owners, the individual medallion owners, and not the fleets. So of that, I believe there's about 6,000 eligible medallion owners. That's those that are that meet the number of medallions criteria. Not all of those medallion owners have insurmountable debt. Not all of those medallion owners have debt. So, the goal of the program is for every single eligible medallion owner who has trouble making their current loan payments to come through and get their deals restructured. So, what percentage of the 6,000 eligible medallion owners have debt issues, we're not sure. But
okay, yeah, sorry, that was my question.
Yeah.
Eligibility,
not quite sure how many of the 6,000 have debt issues that would necessitate participating in the medallion relief program. But we hope to leave no stone unturned in terms of reaching out to all medallion owners who are eligible to come through the owner driver resource center and have their debt restructured.
Okay, and I think you answered the second part of my question, but just wanted to clarify, because that was my other part, was are they single medallion owner, like owner operators, or the larger companies? But my understanding is that you are focusing on the single medallion owners, correct?
Yeah, it's those that own 5 or fewer medallions.
5 or fewer, okay.
Yeah, so it's, they might be an owner operator who owns 1 medallion. They might have 5 and, as a family run a very small fleet, but, this isn't for the owners who have hundreds of medallions who are operating the large garages.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
All right. Thank you very much. Just 2 questions. As somebody who does take a lot of yellow cabs, there are a lot of, I think, vehicles that are not being utilized. And maybe you mentioned this and I didn't hear this. I didn't know if that's something that is of concern or how it has to be handled, number 1. And number 2, I always feel sympathy for the drivers, but as you probably know, whatever number you're getting on the meter is quite low because every single driver asks for cash. Mm-hmm. And you do skip the meter in that situation, as you know. So I usually say I'm a city worker and then the meter goes on. Yep. But it is true that the cash is prevalent. So I guess my first question, I'm mostly focused on the yellow cab. I'm hoping that the very large prices that I guess you call them for hire vehicles are now charging is an advantage to the yellow and the green. But I do want to know what the status is of the yellows and even the greens in terms of vehicles that are not being used and how we're going to deal with that. That would be my question. Then also I mean, I don't know what to do about the people who are asking for cash. Maybe it's already included somewhere in your statistics.
So I guess I'll go to your second question first. The cash, if a trip is being done off meter, it's being done outside of the trip recording technology we have in cabs. So we wouldn't necessarily know which drivers are going off meter. Obviously, it's a concern. The meter is there to protect passengers. And if the metered rate of fare isn't enough to provide taxi owners a livable wage, that's obviously something the TLC needs to consider.
I'm letting you know, Ryan, that every single driver almost is doing that now, just FYI.
Yeah, that is something we have heard quite a bit anecdotally. So it's certainly a concern here. And, anything that the TLC can do to address this, because, drivers are doing this for their own fiscal reasons. This is certainly something we need to take a look at if they're finding that the economics are such that cash is preferred here.
Yes.
In terms of the number of taxis being not utilized right now, your perceptions are correct. We have about 6,000 of our 13,587 medallions are in storage right now. Yeah, it's quite a bit. It's not nearly as much as it was. They're in storage for a host of reasons, financial reasons predating the pandemic, but then of course the pandemic itself. A lot of medallion owners put their medallions in storage instead of operating them to save on the operating costs. So we're hopeful to get these medallions out of storage. We're doing that in a few ways. The big one is with the Medallion Relief Program to help resolve a lot of the underlying debt. So the medallion owners can afford to take these medallions out of storage and run them again. And then, of course, we think as the city at large recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic, so too, that will be reflected in our yellow taxi trip records as well, that the industry will recover alongside the city. So we're hopeful with the combination of the pandemic abating and the Medallion Relief Program, hoping to solve the debt issue for the bulk of our medallion owners. We'll see these medallions coming out of storage and putting back onto service. Because, I think people will only take yellow taxis if they know they can reliably get one. So the more taxis we have on the road operating, the more likely a passenger will look to taxis for transportation. So it's our goal to get as many of these out of storage and up and running as possible.
Okay, I mean, I think the other thing is because, I'm supportive of them as opposed to the for hires. And I think using Curb and any one other little bit more publicity by TLC, if that's appropriate, I don't know. That would be helpful. You can obviously use your phone, tap into it when you're in the cab to charge for Curb and that taxi. So there are a lot of ways of using it that I think the city might not have publicized, but if you can do that, I don't know. But I will say that is a big asset price-wise and of course, good for the industry.
Yeah, certainly. We have, I think it's 2 licensed e-hail apps right now, Curb and Arrow. Both of which can be used to get a taxi. We would love to see them advertise their services more in New York City. And anything we can do to assure passengers that using an e-hail app is also a safe, reliable way to get a taxi, we're happy to do.
But you need to tell elected officials, newsletters, et cetera. I'm just suggesting it because it's not universally known, except for crazy people like me who take cabs all the time.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. At this time, are there any other council members that would like to ask a question of the Taxi and Limousine Commission? Okay, seeing that at this time, I'll turn it back over quickly to Chair Brooks Bowers.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. Thank you to my colleagues for your questions. And I think we can now move to the public.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We will now turn to public testimony. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical in-person council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please begin once the sergeant has started the timer. Council members who have questions for a panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the sergeant at arms will give you the go ahead to begin. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And as a reminder, you may submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Okay, first I would like to call on Amanda Berman, and Amanda Berman will be followed by Eric McClure. Amanda?
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Berman. I am the Deputy Director of Regional Programs at the Center for Court Innovation. We are a nonprofit that works to make the justice system more effective and fair and humane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our Driver Accountability Program, which serves individuals in criminal court charged with vehicular offenses such as reckless driving, driving on a suspended license, driving while intoxicated, and other offenses. Thanks to the support of council, we are now operating the program citywide and have served over 3,500 drivers in total. What makes our program unique is its model that draws on principles of restorative justice using a group-based intervention facilitated by our staff who actively engage participants to raise awareness of their driving behaviors and empower them to change those behaviors. And our recently published evaluation reflects the program's success in that regard. The program also works to reduce systemic harms and inequities by offering an alternative to fines and fees and incarceration. This year, we've piloted an expansion of the program called Circles for Safe Streets, which is designed to target cases involving serious injuries or fatalities. And this iteration was built out in response to a need articulated by families who lost loved ones to traffic violence. And we use a restorative justice process that brings together drivers and their victims to promote dialogue, accountability, and healing. Our requested funding would allow us to sustain current driver accountability program operations, as well as expand Circles for Safe Streets to a full-scale citywide implementation. We believe these programs are critical to a holistic approach that will make our streets safer and our system more equitable. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Sorry about that, Chair. Are there any questions for this panelist? Okay, seeing none, next we will go to Eric McClure, who will be followed by Glenn Malofsky. Eric?
Starting time.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers, for holding this hearing and inviting public testimony. My name is Eric McClure. I'm the Executive Director of Streets PAC, and we are supportive of fully funding the New York City Streets Plan, which we believe is essential to improving transportation for all New Yorkers, increasing the safety and accessibility of city streets, speeding up commutes for millions of bus riders, creating more safe and welcoming public spaces, and beginning to address the equity gap in access to transit, cycling, and micromobility options. That will require an investment of $170 million dedicated to the streets plan in fiscal year 2023, and we urge the City Council and Mayor Adams to make certain that those funds are allocated in the coming budget. This investment in an expanded network of protected bike lanes, safety improvements to thousands of intersections, and redesigns of the city's most dangerous streets is essential for protecting New Yorkers from traffic violence. It becomes clearer every day that we can't enforce our way to Vision Zero, especially with it so obvious that the NYPD has largely withdrawn from traffic enforcement. Achieving the benchmarks laid out in the streets plan will be critical to reducing deaths and injuries, as better street design is key to improving safety. Meeting the benchmarks for building bus lanes and busways and improving bus stops is a necessity for improving service for the millions of people who rely on the bus, as well as to reverse the ongoing decline in ridership. Better bus service is a fundamental equity issue, as buses disproportionately serve Black and Brown and lower income New Yorkers, and expanding bus service is the fastest and most effective means of eliminating transit deserts. It's a moral imperative that we prioritize speeding up buses rather than leaving strap hangers stuck behind road hogging single occupancy personal cars and empty double parked vehicles. Beyond the need to fully fund the streets plan, we also urge the council and the mayor to prioritize increased investment in the dangerous vehicle abatement program. While the program is just ramping up, it's already obvious that it must be expanded. The thresholds for triggering the program must be lowered to allow interventions with a greater number of dangerous drivers as intended in the original legislation, not just the very worst of the worst. And that will require more funding. Because the city's speed and red light camera programs do not assign points to driver's licenses, The dangerous vehicle abatement program is the only effective means of holding chronically reckless drivers to account. While, as we noted, we can't enforce our way to Vision Zero, we can employ technology to identify and intervene with dangerous drivers, and it's incumbent on the council and the mayor to make sure that we do all we can as a city to enable that. Thank you, and my apologies for going slightly over the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panelist? Okay, seeing none, next we will hear from Glenn Belofsky, and Glenn will be followed by Danny Harris. Glenn?
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you this time really well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all the council members and commissioners here today. I appreciate everybody's valuable time and effort. I know it's a lot of work because we're here with you all day and last week as well. Following last week's first New York City Council Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure hearing on transportation equity, I was alarmed to hear that the New York City Department of Finance is doubling down on the inequitable way in which it adjudicates parking tickets. The new policy announced by the Department of Finance would increase discount rates for certain violations under the stipulated fine program, a program that allows major delivery companies, which are the top offenders, to pay even a further reduced rate for certain violations. Incentivizing this bad behavior is not the way to ensure that companies do not violate the rules. This has cost the city as much as $500 million since the program was created silently under the radar in 2004. And then the Department of Finance asked the council for permission, pass a law, Intro 637A, that was tabled at that time and never was passed into law. So the will of the people said no stipulated fine program. However, the Department of Finance went ahead and created the program under commissioner rules, and the program has been attacked every day since then. We nearly had it passed in the last session, but unfortunately that speaker didn't feel moved to do so. We hope this particular session, this new leadership, which is being managed under the firm and fair hand of a majority of women, will institute fairness so that the driving public gets a fair shake, and that all this money could be used for so many things, including paying tax liens in distressed community, improving broadband in distressed communities, and also improving hospitals and medical centers throughout the city. I thank the council and Madam Chairman for allowing me this time to speak.
Thank you for that testimony. You were speaking all of my love languages on the issues that are important. And I will say I did issue a statement also speaking out against the subsidies that go to these big companies, these corporations that continue to get subsidized on bad behavior, as you said, and look into the Department of Finance to be able to address this as well. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Danny Harris, and Danny will be followed by Christopher Schuyler. Danny?
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and honorable members of the committee. I'm Danny Harris. I'm honored to be the Executive Director of Transportation Alternatives. It's nice to see you all again and have the opportunity to speak about our priorities in the upcoming budget. And I especially want to thank you for being a leader on transportation equity. We believe that the New York City Streets Plan is a key way to achieve transportation equity and ensure that historically underserved neighborhoods get long overdue investments. This legislation is exactly what New York City needs to meet its climate goals, achieve Vision Zero, bring reliable public transit service, especially to so many of the communities that you represent that have transportation deserts. However, the DOT is in danger of missing the plan's required benchmarks without the dedicated funding that you can hopefully help advance to make the Streets Plan a reality. After years of overwhelming advocacy and too many vigils and standing with too many families who have lost loved ones to traffic violence, the previous city council overwhelmingly passed this legislation requiring DOT to create a master plan every 5 years. The estimated cost is $1.7 billion. And I would just add that that total cost over 4 years is roughly half of what the cost to the New York City economy is in 1 year due to traffic violence. This plan would include hundreds of miles of protected bus lanes and bike lanes, more public space. And most importantly, we're not just talking about transportation, we're talking about clean air, we're talking about connecting people to opportunity. We were recently part of a group of over 60 organizations that sent a letter in support to the Adams administration and to this council urging support. Right now, as you know, we have the slowest buses in the nation. Our healthcare workers have the longest commute time in New York. And disproportionately, the impact to this, especially from the public health realm, is to Black and Brown communities. This legislation is also overwhelmingly supported by polling that was conducted by DOT. I want to thank you for your focus on transportation equity, and the way to get there is with funding the New York City Streets Plan. We look forward to partnering with you, and thank you so much for your leadership and the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Christopher Schuyler, who will be followed by Kara Girl. Christopher.
Starting time.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for the invitation to testify here today. My name is Christopher Schuyler. I'm a senior staff attorney with the Disability Justice Program at New York Flourish for Public Interest. I am a person who stutters. Firstly, we commend that the preliminary budget for significant funding allocations to the Fair Fares program, installation of accessible pedestrian signals, and upgraded intersections to improve safety and accessibility for all New Yorkers. With that said, we are concerned about various aspects of the budget in terms of proposed cuts and items unaddressed. To begin, we support the New York City Streets Plan. The Streets Plan will benefit the disability community in various ways. Over the next 5 years, the Streets Plan, as codified by Local Law 195, requires the installation of 2,500 accessible pedestrian signals, redesign of 2,000 intersections to meet ADA standards, 500 bus stop upgrades, and the development of parking policies to prioritize and promote access to streets for individuals with disabilities. The Streets Plan also calls for the expansion of micromobility options, including city bike and e-scooters. We are in support of these programs, but they must offer options for people with disabilities. Additionally, City Bike must make public its findings from its adaptive bicycle pilots. I will also submit written testimony here, so you'll see the rest of my comments. But I want to also talk about the Fair Fares program. It's great that it's being funded. We think that the eligibility requirements should be expanded to 200% of the federal poverty level, and the New York City Ferry should be attention should be paid to that program to upgrade the accessibility offerings, as lack of signage and accessibility for clear path from the street to the landing are issues. I see my time has run out, and I will submit testimony. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thanks so much, Christopher. And if you have some more ideas in terms of the accessibility with the ferries, I would love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kara Girl. Kara will be followed by Joyce Race. Kara?
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I'm Kara Girl, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizen Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Created by the state legislature, PCAC is the MTA's official writer advocacy organization. Public transit is truly the backbone of the city, and it deserves to be funded as such. We were glad to testify and hear from council members at last week's hearing on the important issue of transportation equity and hope to see that commitment reflected in the budget. Thank you for baselining $75 million a year for Fair Fares, a vital program that deserves continued financial support from the city. We urge you to change the eligibility criteria to the much higher New York City poverty level, which would more accurately reflect the cost of living here. We're glad to see a commitment to improving safety on the subway through a collaborative approach to bring housing, treatment, and other support to people in need. As you work through the budget, we encourage you to add additional funding for mental health crisis response, supportive housing, and longer-term affordable housing, and other programs that address the root causes of the safety issues our city is experiencing. We'd also like to see the streets plan and its commitment to transit signal prioritization fully funded in the budget. Buses are the engine of equity around the city, and we support the mayor's pledge for 150 new miles of bus lanes and busways in place by the end of 2025, though sooner is always better, and hope to see more and better enforcement. We hope that you'll encourage the governor and state legislature to rethink suspending the gas tax in the state budget. Instead of subsidizing drivers during a climate crisis, we need to invest in public transit to get people out of cars and onto trains and buses. Increased funding is key to achieving an accessible, reliable, and equitable transit system. The city's $3 billion capital investment and congestion pricing and zoning for accessibility will all support critical accessibility improvements around the system. With continued investment, the 21st century transit system that riders deserve is within reach. Thank you for holding this hearing and for your commitment to riders. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Jolise Race, and I apologize for any mispronunciations of names here. Jolise will be followed by Debbie Marks Khan. Jolise?
Starting time.
Jolise, you are muted. You look like you're having a great conversation. We want to hear it. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Jolise Race, bus campaign organizer at Riders Alliance. I'm here to call on the Transportation Committee to hold the mayor accountable for his promises to bus riders. Last summer, I organized with hundreds of riders in Jamaica, Queens, who are sick of showing up late to work and picking their children up from school. I also organized with riders in the Bronx who are tired of being stuck in maddening congestion and dangerous overcrowding on the bus. Together, we won the streets plan to make our buses faster, our streets safer, and our city a better place to live. Mayor Adams ran on a campaign promise that he would improve our buses. Recently, he said he would exceed the requirements in the streets plan and finish 150 miles of bus lanes in 4 years rather than 5. Yet despite his promises and the legal obligation to implement the streets plan, Mayor Adams has proposed cutting essential DOT funding. DOT needs $170 million in the budget on top of the status quo to implement the streets plan, which again, the city is obligated legally to do. Please fully fund the streets plan budget so that riders who need it most get the equitable system that we deserve. Also, please explore ways to expand our invaluable Fair Fares program. Right now, less than half of eligible New Yorkers are enrolled. The city needs dedicated funds to implement a serious outreach program to reach low-income riders who don't even know that the program exists. And the committee should explore how to make transit more affordable for all low-income New Yorkers. Those who are living at the poverty line could use more support than half-price Metro cards, and those living just above the poverty line are really struggling to afford transit too. With hundreds of thousands of people already enrolled, it's time to look at expansion options. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Debbie Marks Khan, and Debbie will be followed by Pilar de Jesus. Debbie?
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Marks Khan, and I'm a founding member of Families for Safe Streets. Our group is made up of New Yorkers who have lost loved ones or who have been critically injured in traffic crashes. We are a club that nobody should ever have to join. I am only here still because of sheer will. Every minute of every single day is excruciating, living without my only child, Seth Khan, who was the joy of my life. This is Seth. Pure light and love and fun. He was smart, charming, creative, and talented. When he called me at night to say he loved me and we'd speak again tomorrow, I could never have imagined that that would be the last time I'd hear his voice. On November 4th, 2009, Seth walked out of the subway, picked up a cup of coffee, waited for the light to change, and walked across the street in the crosswalk and was killed by a speeding bus driver who made a left turn right into him. After being knocked down, he yelled for the bus to stop, but it kept coming. Our city robbed us of our child. A multi-ton bus on our dangerously designed streets squashed my 22-year-old son's life, and I became a founding member of Families for Safe Streets and currently sit on the steering committee. We work with leaders just like you to ensure no other families have to experience the anguish that we have experienced. In recent years, the New York City Council has been a leader in the mission to achieve Vision Zero. Advocacy by members of this body have helped make city streets more equitable, more accessible, and safe. Council members have also stood by our members at vigils and memorials during some of the darkest days of their lives. This year, Families for Safe Streets respectfully are making 4 requests in the upcoming budget. Number 1, funding for the New York City Streets Plan. Number 2, funding for Vision Zero. Number 3, funding for the Families for Safe Street support services. And number 4, funding for the Dangerous Vehicle Abatement Program. Right now, New York City faces a horrific traffic violence crisis. 2021, I'm sorry, I'm like out of time. Can I go a little longer? 2021 was the deadliest year on our streets since 2013. The numbers show no signs of slowing down in 2022. Already this year, crashes have killed 56 people, including 27 pedestrians, like my son Seth. With these numbers, we are likely to exceed last year's horrific numbers. But with specific investments in next year's budget, the City Council can be a leader in Vision Zero and help to save lives on our streets. First, we urge the council to fully fund the New York City Streets Plan with $170 million in funding for its first year. This forward-thinking approach to street design was approved by overwhelming support by the previous council, and we urge you to equip DOT with the resources needed to achieve the plan's actual benchmarks. The plan's benefits must be equitably distributed to residents in every corner of the 5 boroughs to make streets safe. Second, we urge the council to bolster funding for DOT's Vision Zero network. This funding should be dedicated to projects that redesign streets for safety and will help the Adams administration reach their previously announced commitment to strengthen 50% of bike lanes with concrete protection and raise 100 crosswalks across the city. Third, we respectfully request your attention to the Families for Safe Streets application of $100,000 in council funding for our critical support services, including multilingual direct services, vigils, and peer mentoring. And I'm a peer mentor as well. No one should have to go through this nightmare alone. The Families for Safe Streets provides diverse programming and support to help families and survivors through their most painful days after crashes and for many years down the line. Beyond funding critical life-saving Vision Zero redesign work, we implore the council to fund additional programs to get reckless drivers off the road, most critically, the Dangerous Vehicle Abatement Program. We also believe this legislation should be strengthened. Almost done.
Could you summarize and submit testimony, please?
Yes, and we're going to submit it. I just have a couple of lines. We thank you for your commitment to safe streets throughout the 5 boroughs. With necessary funding to keep programs and renewed focus in getting reckless drivers off the road, we know we can save lives and reach Vision Zero. No more families should go through the nightmare we at Families for Safe Streets know too well. Thank you so much. I will submit a longer testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Next, we will hear from Pilar de Jesus, who will be followed by John Greenfield. Pilar.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pilar de Jesus, born and raised in East Harlem all my life, 40 years. I wear many different hats, but I'm speaking today as the Vice Chair of East Harlem Preservation, a volunteer-driven, non-commercial 501c3 advocacy organization that was founded in 2005 to promote and preserve the historical and promote diversity in our community. And I mostly wanted to come on here because to speak to support from our city council members when it comes to the Second Avenue phase. We as residents and organizers and advocates and people who have lived here a majority of our life are concerned about the environmental effects of the Second Avenue subway. And even though we have, made our concerns very aware to the MTA, about doing another EIS, another environmental impact study, we have been told that, assessment is enough, but we have some really serious concerns when it comes to environment. And we're, want to know how the city council could use money, because we also recognize that, we're not going to be able to stop the MTA, but, unlike the first phase of the Second Avenue subway, we have 3 different NYCHA developments that will be affected by the construction and all of the process that will come with the build out. A city hospital. I live in a Mitchell Lama low-income co-op that, is projected to where the MTA is planning to do work that is nearby a boiler system that was just installed on our property. And then we also have concerns because there was a report that was released that we still don't know what it said because it was redacted, but the mayor's report that they spent about $1 million on flooding. There's a big flooding issue on Second Avenue. So I think it's important for city officials, and I'll end here because we do recognize that it is a state, there's a lot of it has to do with the state, but as city legislators, I think it's important for you to understand the real harmful effects of the Second Avenue subway for the NYCHA residents, the small business owners, for us and all the residents, the low income housing that will be lost due to eminent domain, city land that will just be given to the MTA to, do what they want. And I think that it's important for, members to think about how are you going to support us when we're dealing with all these environmental issues that are going to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Next, we will hear from John Greenfield, and John will be followed by Ed Janoff. John.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is John Greenfield, and I am the Director of Government Relations for Yeshiva University. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the committee for the opportunity to present today. Yeshiva University is the premier Jewish institution of higher learning. We also hold the distinction of being a maintenance partner to 2 public pedestrian plazas, including what is believed to be among the first public pedestrian spaces comprising former traffic lanes in city history. Both spaces are located in Washington Heights, where Yeshiva University's Uptown campus and our historic high school are located. We maintain the 185th Street Plaza west of Amsterdam Avenue, and we maintain a space known colloquially as Amsterdam Avenue Pedestrian Plaza, located east of Amsterdam between 184th and 187th Streets along a former north-south traffic lane of Amsterdam. The 2 spaces are connected by a crosswalk at 185th and Amsterdam. Despite their heavy use, these spaces lack the amenities and pedestrian safety measures that our community needs and deserves. In recent years, we have seen an alarming increase in speeding, drag racing, and disregard for traffic signals and posted regulations. Local institutions, including ours, have experienced damage to property, traffic crashes, and personal injury incidents. This prompted Yeshiva to join more than 24 members of the Heights community, including elected leaders, public school officials, and small business owners, in signing on to a letter to DOT calling for safety improvements to this section of Amsterdam and for improved amenities on the Amsterdam Plaza. Manhattan CB12 subsequently passed a resolution supporting the request. We have asked the city to include the heavily used crosswalk at 185th and Amsterdam among intersections the city intends to identify for the installation of raised crosswalks. We've asked to be included in the Open Streets program, to which we were denied. We also continue to advocate for full funding of amenities and security features on the Amsterdam Plaza, a request sadly made all the more urgent by the alarming rise in anti-Semitic attacks across the city of late, to which our institution is uniquely vulnerable. And today we ask the council to support us in these efforts to ensure a safer, more walkable neighborhood for all Washington Heights residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Next, we will hear from Ed Janoff. Ed?
Starting time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Council Transportation Committee. My name is Ed Janoff. I am the Deputy Director of Union Square Partnership. We're the nonprofit business improvement district working to create a cleaner, safer, more enjoyable environment to ensure the best possible neighborhood for Union Square's residents, businesses, workers, and visitors. Last year, we released the Union Square District Vision Plan, which was a bold community-led vision for transforming Union Square, which is a core jobs and cultural hub serving all 5 boroughs, into New York's most accessible place. And the plan prioritizes multimodal accessibility, district-wide connectivity, and substantial increases in public open space. So that vision work has been succeeded by a streetscape master plan, which will be presented for reviews and approvals in the coming weeks. So both the long-term and short-term vision focus on 14th Street, which is the vibrant small business commercial corridor at the heart of our neighborhood. In 2019, a pilot program by DOT and the MTA designated 14th Street as a transit and truck priority route, which was a first of its kind dedicated crosstown busway. The project improved bus speeds, decreased travel time for transit users, increased ridership, and created new public space and an improved pedestrian experience. It was so successful that the prior mayor declared the project permanent in spring 2020. But 2 years later, this city's signature busway project is permanent only in its designation, not in its physical form. It's marked with paint which fades, plastic posts which bend and break, rubber boarding islands which are crumbling, and a bare minimum of rider amenities. The ambition of this project must not stop where it is today with the same temporary parts used for the pilot. It must be built out in permanent, attractive materials as a world-class transitway and a bus boulevard replete with shelters, seating, paving, and greenery that are becoming of a prototype for the future of high-speed bus infrastructure in New York City. So we have submitted some initial requests to that end, and we really would like to see the support of the council, and we're interested in working with New York City DOT's new commissioner, Ydanis Rodriguez, and members of the council on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, if we have inadvertently missed anyone that's registered to testify and has yet to be called, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Okay, seeing none, I will turn it back over to Chair Brooks Powers.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the agencies for their testimony today. And most importantly, thank you to the public for your testimony and for sticking with us for the last 4 hours, 41 minutes. As these conversations continue, we need your voice to ensure that we are doing our part as government representatives to ensure equity is met in our transit space, that we are addressing the needs of all New Yorkers. So again, thank you so much. And this meeting is now adjourned.